Está tudo bem, né?
Atenção. Atenção. Tem.
Sì, adesso la guarda lì.
Esse é que eu vou ver. Esse?
Faz a bola. Faz a bola.
Esse é agora. Vamos ser.
Não vai falar ninguém. Agora, isso vai manter aqui,
Ela
não?
disse. Eles também não têm.
Sim, é questão de precaução já. Sim. Yeah. Deus. Segura sua câmera, quando
Olha
você.
os casos, olha os casos. Posso desligar?
Your Excellencies, honorable members, may we all take our seats? We are about to begin. All those in the public gallery, please take your seats so that we can begin. The President and the members of the Bureau will be entering the chamber from the VIP lounge from our left. When they enter the chamber, I'll make the announcements and we'll all rise as we normally do. Then they get to their seats. The school kids in front of me will sing the African Union anthem. We will remain standing. The President invites you for 2 minutes of silence for meditation and private prayer. And then you may now take your seats, and the rest of the proceedings will continue. Thank you. Honorable members, His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament. Let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the flame of destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun, flesh of the sky. Let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and soul together to give the best we have to Africa. Yes, Africa, the font of culture.
all the sons and daughters of Africa, finish off their sun, finish off their sky. Let us make Africa the tree of love.
May I now give a moment of meditation, silent prayer. Thank you. We can take our seats. Sorry? Now, honorable members, our bureau, and honorable members of parliament, you are welcome. Good morning. Pursuant to the provision of Rule 38(1) of the Rules of Procedure, it is with great pleasure that I invite our guests to enter the chamber. The one to enter first, I need to say something about the first guest before she appears. We are honored today that one of our own former member of the Pan-African Parliament will this morning appear in this chamber as a minister in the government of South Africa, Honorable Pemi Majodina. Honorable Pemi Majodina, whom we'll introduce again later when she delivers her message, will be introduced in full later. For now, we see her face only and how good, the good way she's dressed. Right. Can we have the other guests to join us? From Djibouti, the Minister of Justice. That is His Excellency, Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates. His Excellency Mahash. Thank you. There could be other guests sitting behind. I'm not sure. I know there are some excellencies seated in the back row, and I wouldn't know who. The Dean of Ambassadors, Excellency Zapaeke. Look, we'll invite them into the chamber as we invite them to speak. All the excellence ambassadors seated behind can come in and take the front row here. All the ambassadors in the chamber, Your Excellencies ambassadors in the chamber, can you come forward and take the front row? Thank you. I think we are all seated comfortably. I'll ask the Excellencies, ambassadors, starting from my right, to just introduce yourself, which country, until we get to the other end. You press the mic. There are no mics. Oh, the front row has no mics. Okay. Can you light it up first?
Good morning, Your Excellency. My name is Temitope Ajayi. I'm the head of mission of Nigeria to South Africa.
Good morning. My name is Pedro Ela, Ambassador of Equatorial Guinea.
Good morning, Excellencies and all honorables. My name is Alexis Bukuru, Ambassador of Burundi to South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, Excellencies, honorable members. My name is David Hamad Ziripi. I'm Ambassador of Zimbabwe to South Africa.
Bom dia, Sr. Presidente. Bom dia, senhores deputados.
Good morning, Honorable President and members. I'm Rui Xavier, Ambassador of Angola to South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, Excellencies. My name is Moriba Alain Kone, Ambassador of Republic of Guinea.
Good morning. My name is Mohammed Isaac Ibrahim. I'm Ambassador of Somalia to the Republic of South Africa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, my sisters. My name is Mahash Al-Hamli. I am Ambassador of United Arab Emirates since 2016, and also I am the Dean of Arab Corps.
Excellencies, a very good morning to you. My name is James Bwana. I am the High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania. Thank you.
Good morning, Excellencies and Honorable. I'm Ms. Rabartzon, Chargé d'Affaires of the Republic of Madagascar in South Africa.
صباح الخير سيد الرئيس.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. The Republic of Algeria, the Ambassador of the Republic of Algeria in South Africa.
I'm Simon Duko Michael, the Ambassador of the Republic of South Sudan.
Good morning, your honorable ministers and honorable members of parliament, your excellencies. My name is Veiko Ngiwete, High Commissioner of Namibia.
Good morning, excellencies and honorable members of parliament. My name is Jane Durumo, Kenya High Commissioner to the Republic of South Africa.
Good morning, Excellency and Honorable. My name is Irene Bilong. I represent Cameroon High Commissioner in South Africa.
Good morning, Excellencies, honorable members. My name is Ntsime Zafeta. I'm the High Commissioner of the Kingdom of Lesotho to the Republic of South Africa.
I believe that is all for the ambassadors. Madam Clerk.
Good morning, Honorable President, Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, and honorable members of Parliament, as well as special guests. By privilege of the Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, I am the Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, and my name is Lindiwe Khumalo. At this point in the procedure of today, I wish to invite His Excellency Chief Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, to deliver his opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May I recognize the Vice Presidents of Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Dr. Ashbe Gayo, Honorable Lucia Dos Passos, Honorable Jida Mama Mahat. I proceed to also recognize some are not in this room, but they are with us through technology and deliver a speech. The Judge President of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, Her Excellency Lady Justice Imani Abdul. I recognize once more the Minister for Water and Sanitation of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Pemi Majodina. The Minister of Justice and Human Rights of the Republic of Djibouti, Honorable Ali Hassan Badon. I recognize our own members of Parliament, of Pan-African Parliament, present in this room. And I'll clap for you. The Dean of African Ambassadors in the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Andre Zapaeke. I think he will join us. And other members of the diplomatic corps that have introduced themselves already. And a special mention of His Excellency Ambassador Mahash of the United Arab Emirates present in this room. I'll mention later on that the United Arab Emirates actually has committed itself to funding some program for Pan-African Parliament, or I call it a project. And maybe I can even preempt it, that they've given us $500,000 US to revamp the technology in this chamber. Our own clerk of Pan-African Parliament, Ms. Lindwe Kumalo, the Director of Strategic Planning and Development in the AUC, Ms. Boto Baendi. Ms. Boto Baendi, are you here? She's around because she's presenting. The Chief Director of African Union in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Ambassador Luvuyo Ndimeni, and representatives of DECO here present. Distinguished resource persons, invited guests, members of the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. We meet we are meeting from the 12th to the 20th of September in the form of committee session, we call it. It's a session for committees to sit and interrogate issues relating to their portfolios on the continent. And the outcomes will then be presented at the full plenary in November. And I want to congratulate and welcome all those members of Parliament that have made it to this committee session. Again, I want to clap for you. Thank you for coming. In the presence of ambassadors, Your Excellencies, if you check, some countries are not represented in this room for various reasons. Some due to elections, so they are unable to come. Some other reasons that we may not know. But one obvious reason is some have no money. The country has no money to send its representatives. So I appeal to your excellencies to also engage with your capitals that this is a forum, it's a parliament for the continent. No country should be absent in order for it also to make an input into the programs of the continent. I appeal to your excellencies. We are meeting under the AU theme for the year 2024, which is Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, Building Resilient Education Systems for Increased Access to Inclusive, Lifelong, Quality, and Relevant Learning in Africa. This is a big challenge, of course, for the continent. And the committees will be meeting this week. Whether you are in health, whether you are in transport, whether you are in gender, they will interrogate issues and also refer to the theme. How should education propel us to better transport on the continent, to better health on the continent, to better everything on the continent? And we are happy that during this week of committee sittings, we are going to have a number of presentations on major topics and issues on this continent. We are positioning the committees to go and interrogate the most important issues on the continent. And I'm happy member states, through the ambassadors, are also represented here. We will have presentations from the court, the African court. We will have presentations from Auda Nepat, and then on climate change, on health, the status of COVID, and the new Mpo disease. Where are we as parliamentarians? And how do we engage and ensure that we have a better Africa? It's a whole long list of presentations. And all we are doing today is to set the tone for the committee sittings. The issues will be unpacked, from trade to climate change to health to everything. When the committees sit, they will reflect on the issues that will be shared this morning and this afternoon, presented by very competent people from the various corners of the continent and the world, including CDC, Center for Disease Control on the continent, to tell us whether COVID is gone or is it still with us? And us as parliamentarians, what should we do? What should we do about the poor? So we gather today to interrogate those issues. The role and the relevance of this parliament cannot be debated. There is no government architecture anywhere in the world, any public setup, any government at local, regional, continental, global level that can function without the legislative arm, without the oversight arm, without representatives of the people. That is why, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, when the OAU was launched in 1963 and operated for about 40 years without a parliament, without an African court, our founding fathers realized and made the statement that without a parliament, the OAU then, was a union of governments, not a union of citizens. A union of governments, not a union of citizens. And deliberately, they agreed that we need a parliament to strengthen the union. And here we are the parliament, whose role is to ensure that there is oversight on the whole union. Oversight on how resources, how member subscriptions to the union, which currently lie around over 200 million, and with the partner funding 600 million, how those resources are deployed and whether we are getting value for money. That's the role of the parliament. Whether the programs, policies, objectives of the union are being implemented and results being achieved. And whether the citizens are happy about the union itself. And that is the role of our parliament. And here we are. In the next 4 days, we will be interrogating those issues to see whether the union is delivering to the citizens of Africa. It is not a role that everyone likes. We should admit as parliamentarians. Even at the national level or local level, the issue of oversight is usually resisted by the executive. And now we have our own Honorable Majodina who sat in this parliament and used to speak the way I'm speaking, that we need to oversight governments. Now that she's a minister, we invite her more often to tell us that, to invite us to go and oversight. Some people, when they go to the executive, they say, you parliamentarians, you are talking too much. But that's the role of a parliament. And it is the founding fathers who said, we need PAP. And they launched it in 2004. So there's no doubt that without a parliament, the AU lacks democratic legitimacy. You need, that's why the European Parliament exists, to ensure democratic legitimacy. And I want to refer the Minister of Justice from Djibouti. I believe that's your language as a Minister of Justice. And you promote that space. So we are here to ensure and promote democratic principles and institutions and the popular participation in good governance. And that's why we are meeting here. And when we say democratic good governance, whether you are in the Committee on Health, you also want to see how health issues are being managed, governed on the continent. That's the role of our committees. There is sometimes confusion and lack of understanding of the mandate of a parliament or Pan-African parliament. Some still ask the question, what does PAP do? What does PAP do? Then the next question you should ask, by the way, who is the father? If somebody knows who is the father of this child, so better ask, who is the father of this PAP? And the answer is the African Union itself. And then they laid out clearly what we should be doing. Then we are told that the mandate of PAP, and this is in the protocol, ensuring the full participation of African peoples in the economic development and integration of the continent. So don't ask, why does PAP exist? And under Article 3 of the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament, which is called the CERT Protocol of 2001, the Pan-African Parliament is expected to, and I want to pause before I mention what is written, that this is the role of our committees. This is what I'm going to read are the roles of our committees. So in whichever committee you are, with transport, education, environment, agriculture, look at our roles as committees as in your own committee to facilitate the effective implementation of policies and objectives of the AU and ultimately the African Union. So the question is, in your committee, are you working effective to ensure effective implementation of policies? I go back to health. Policies on health, objectives of the Union with regard to health, or to gender, or to agriculture. The next, promote the principles of human rights and democracy in Africa. It actually goes further to talk of strengthen democratic institutions, deepen the democratic culture. So when we observe elections, we are complying with this one. We are deepening democratic culture. Unfortunately, there's no money for election observation, but it is here. Then it says, encourage good governance, transparency, and accountability in member states. In member states, this is coming from the AU, so it's not coming from Midland PAP. The people who wrote this at the Union and the heads of state approved, and all member countries ratified that PAP should be doing these things. Familiarize the peoples of Africa, the objectives and policies aimed at integrating the African continent within the framework of the establishment of the African Union. Contribute to a more prosperous future for the peoples of Africa by promoting collective self-reliance and economic recovery. Facilitate cooperation and development in Africa. Strengthen continental solidarity and build a sense of common destiny among the peoples of Africa, and facilitate cooperation among regional economic communities and their parliamentary fora. So it means we are supposed to coordinate, work with ECOWAS, SADC, IALA, IGAD, the Maghreb, and the rest, all the economic groupings on the continent. And in our committees, when we sit, we should ask our questions ourselves. In the work that we are doing, are we linking with regional economic communities, or we are working exclusively as PAP at the highest level? We are not going down to link with what the regional economic communities are doing. You need to integrate with them. What our national parliaments are also doing, we have to go back to that level. And that is why this week, on Wednesday, we have speakers of parliaments in Africa to gather at PAP on Wednesday. For 3 days, all the speakers on the continent will be integrating issues with them. And it is interesting if we can have our excellencies back on Wednesday in their large numbers to support that conference with the speakers. We look forward to your presence. The call by our citizens today on the continent, and the question is, But what does this AU thing do? We don't see what the AU does. And then they go to organs. Even in PAP, they want to question. By the way, what does PAP do? Okay, first of all, they don't know some of these functions. And secondly, indeed, our results need to be sharpened. We need to focus on the results. We need to work knowing that, yes, workshop, yes, but what have we achieved in terms of results that have an impact on the citizens of Africa? So, on Friday and Saturday, we were in a workshop as MPs, all the MPs present, 2 days in this chamber like this, focusing on results. What results? Results as the Union has pronounced Agenda 2063, which is the main vehicle for transforming the fortunes of this continent, the lives of this continent, ending poverty, ending this and that, having good transport and the airline systems. So we then went through the Agenda 2063 for 2 days as parliamentarians. Before we go to committees, we understand what are the issues that the Union, the AU, our heads of state through the assembly, which they've projected. So we had a good time going through the Agenda 2063 and then saying, how do we then achieve the results? So we had the workshop, a results-based workshop, so that we do as they say in performance management. Not so we did, we met with what results. As they say, it's not what you do that counts, but what gets done. And I want to thank Afrexim Bank for funding that 2-day workshop. We cannot underestimate the power of measuring our results and the impact that PAP is making on the ground. If you do not measure results, you cannot tell success from failure, as they say. If you cannot see success, you cannot reward those who have achieved something. If you cannot reward success, you are probably rewarding failure. If you cannot see success, you cannot learn from it. If you cannot recognize failure, you cannot correct it. So we are very happy that that workshop has rejuvenated us, has refocused us in the way we do things. I will not go through the issues of what is affecting Africa, but we have problems, of course, abundant security situation on the continent, and we should hear from the Commissioner of Peace and Security, Commissioner Bankole, sometime today and again on Wednesday. Where are we with regard to Sudan? Where are we with regard to Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea-Conakry, and the rest? How far? And Gabon, I left Gabon. We had the theme of silencing the guns some 3-4 years back, but it seems the guns are not silencing. So we'll have a presentation on that. And then after all the presentations, which include even the issues of energy security, issues of climate change, epidemics, each committee then will say, what is our take from those issues? Why and how, as a committee, should we respond and make a difference? And we want PAP, this room, to be the agent of change on the continent. We can't continue complaining about Africa not moving forward. When we had such a good room with 5 from each country on the continent, very good brains, sharp brains in this room, can we unlock the energies of Africa so that we move forward? And I'm saying we are complimented by the Speakers Conference. We have our own internal issues. We have quite a large mandate. But in terms of resources, we are very, very poor. PAP used to enjoy a budget of 36 million. It has since gone down to 10 million from 36. And the gap between the payroll emoluments or remuneration costs for staff and the budget, the gap has now become very narrow, very, very narrow. As a parliament, nothing is left, Your Excellencies, ambassadors. We don't have money for committees to undertake their work. Because the way we should work is after Friday, committees between Friday, this week and November, committees should go and interrogate issues on the continent. Go all over the continent. Go and observe what is happening. They then give us reports in November. We make recommendations which go to the Assembly in February next year. But we have zero budget for committees to undertake their work. Nothing. Even the bureau budget does not allow us to function. We should just sit at home. That is the truth. And this message is well known. For this committee to meet this time round, you all know, we were short. We needed 800,000. We had 250,000, 265, which was allocated by the union. So we started off this workshop or this session in debt. And we just hope that some miracle will happen and give us money. And then we move forward. So we'll meet today. Tomorrow, speakers Wednesday. But Wednesday is another dimension where we have speakers, and in the evening, we have a very important event, dinner, which is being funded by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat or agency from Accra, which is part of the African Union. They have committed themselves to the fact that they cannot implement trade and change trade regulations without PAP. So they want to work closely with PAP, so they are funding part of our session. And so that also on Wednesday at the dinner, they will deliver a landmark speech on trade on the continent as part of that dinner. And please don't lose. Let's all be there on Wednesday. I think it will be 6 o'clock in the Gallagher, I believe. Madam Clark, you see the Gallagher? In the Gallagher here. So please, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, Wednesday, join us. There will be a very important delivery on issues of Africa Continental Free Trade Area and whether we are going to succeed and how it should go. I want to end here and say today's activities are meant to launch the committee's work so that when they start tomorrow up to Friday, they will be focused on Agenda 2063, they will be focused on achieving results and making an impact. Otherwise, thank you very much for coming, Your Excellencies, our MPs. I thank you very much. I now invite the clerk to give the next orders.
Honorable President, the next order of business is the swearing in of new members of the Pan-African Parliament. In terms of Rule 9 of the Rules of Procedure of the Pan-African Parliament, there are 20 newly designated members of national parliaments to the Pan-African Parliament. I will call them in alphabetical order of the names of their countries. There will be 2 members from Cameroon, 5 from DRC, 1 from Liberia, 5 from Madagascar, 1 from Mauritania, 1 from Nigeria, and 5 from South Africa. Honorable President, I'll begin with Cameroon, and the head of plenary will assist the members to come forward. Honorable Wainachi Honorine, Honorable Pierre Nikina from Cameroon, okay. They are not in the chamber. DRC, Honorable Jolly Jacques, Honorable Sakata Gary, Honorable Wangoye Marie-Therese, Honorable Alphonse Kasanji, Honorable Kalumba Ngongo Justin.
Moi, Wangoy Mkalai Marie-Thérèse.
Marie-Thérèse. I, Jack Julie Esangekedi. I, Sakata Okete Wagagari. Members of the Pan-African Parliament undertake the solemn commitment before the African peoples and before God to discharge my functions as member of the Pan-African Parliament with honor and dignity at the service of the people of Africa, to serve with loyalty and allegiance the African Union, to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol of the treaty relating to the creation of the on the Pan-African Parliament as in accordance with the law, and to promote the respect of principles of good governance, democracy, as well as those relating to human rights, international humanitarian rights, peace, stability, and the objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. I do so swear.
Honorable President, from Liberia, Honorable Muka Kamara.
Thank you. I, Honorable Muka Kekulat Mohamed Kamara, do solemnly swear I will perform my function as member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability, with honor and dignity in the service of the people of Africa. I will be faithful, bear true allegiance to the African Union, and will preserve, protect, and defend the constitutive right of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established, and I will promote adherence to the principle of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God, and so affirm.
From Madagascar, Honorable Jean Nicolas, Honorable Hussein Rocheline, Honorable Rajoelina Seth, Honorable Rajarison and Antoine, and Honorable Tiriniana Narendra.
Moi, Randena Schulz.
I, Jean-Nicolas. I, Rochela Use. I, Nanarit. I, Rajasen Antoine. I, Setra Racine. Member MP of the Pan-African Parliament, hereby solemnly declare before the peoples of Africa and before God that I will perform my functions as members of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established, and I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God.
Honorable President from Mauritania, Honorable Omia El Gada. From Nigeria, Honorable Michael Bamidele. From South Africa, Honorable R.M. Mutsweni Tsipane, Honorable M. Ntuli, Honorable M. Chetty, Honorable D. Zuma Sambudla, and Honorable V. Pambo.
Buya ngapha, Bambo, buya ngapha. Sondela Chief. Listen. I, Rufilwe Maria Mtsweni Tsipane.
I'm Tumiseni Ntuli.
I, Tutuzuma Sambula,
I, Vuyani Pambo.
Hereby solemnly declare that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament with my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the Protocol of the Treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God. Send it.
Honorable President, this brings to the end the list of members to be sworn in terms of Rule 9 of the Rules of Procedure of the Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you very much. Maybe a louder round of applause for our new members. Thank you. Welcome our new membership. We now will give you opportunity to speakers to deliver solidarity messages to Pan-African Parliament. We have about 4 who will deliver virtually. Thank you. We will start with a message from the host country, the host government. In this case, Honorable Majodina has been assigned by the president of this country, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, to come and deliver a message. Honorable Majodina.
Yeah. Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Chief Fortune Zephania Charumbira, the Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Dr. Gayo, Honorable Lucia Passos, Honorable Dija Mamas Mahat, the Judge President of the African Court of Human Rights of Republic of Djibouti, Honorable Ali Hassan Badon, honorable members of this House, my regional chairpersons seated there, my chair is still idling over there, soon I will come and occupy that chair. Honorable members of this august House, the Dean of Ambassadors, members of the Diplomatic Corps, I was counting how many women are in the diplomatic corps. Only 3 out of 16. So we must do more in terms of ensuring gender equity. Honorable President, let me also acknowledge the clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Nizawutsho nonke, you'll say all of you. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Igama lamakhosikazi. Malibongwe. We're saying let's praise the name of women, because women are the rock. When you have women on your side, you'll never go wrong. Yeah. My chairpersons of committees, I'm so excited to be in the House today. I know 99.9% of members present here. Now, there was a trending swearing in of me when I said I was going to serve my country conscientiously. Okay. Then that trended throughout. We are Africans and we must not shy away on how we call names. Distinguished resource personnel present here, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. On behalf of the government of South Africa, allow me to bring our heartfelt pleasure to welcome you in the Republic of South Africa. We are welcoming you in your own home. I welcome you all in this special committee sitting, an occasion where about 20 new MPs have been just sworn in this national legislature. It is only 3 months ago that we went for our elections, and it was peaceful and democratic elections. You could see the delegation of South Africa is coming from various parties. We are now in the government of national unity, and don't stress about it, all is well in South Africa. South Africa is in good hands. It is the government of national unity led by the African National Congress. The one that I used to be the chief whip of the majority. Now our majority has been reduced. When Asampa, you were involved in that. Our majority has been reduced to 40%, but we are leading. We had to hold power and snatch power in the jaws of defeat, but we stood as the ANC. This is my home. I made a meaningful contribution to benefit 1.28 billion of our African continent, the citizens. I contributed and became a voice to the African diaspora and all those who have Africa in their names and their hearts. To the new members, including the members from my own national parliament, please be the voice of change. I want to assure the delegates present here that the Deputy President of South Africa is well. He was just caught up by heat wave. He's very well. This sitting is convened under a very important theme. African Union theme for 2024. Educate an African fit for the 21st century, building resilient education system for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality and relevant learning in Africa. Africans by nature are very resilient. The theme gives hope for a better Africa, a continent that will realize all the aspirations of the Agenda 2063. For Africa to prosper, all of us must commit to peace and democracy. There's an African proverb that reads, open quote, a child's feet should be guided by the knowledge of its leaders, close quote. It's a proverb that highlights the importance of education. This parliament is one of the organs of the African Union that has seasoned parliamentarians that can ensure that every child receive the best education to unlock the barriers of development in Africa. Even in this very plenary, we have students sitting there on my right that have vested hopes in the resolution that will be passed and be adopted by this House. They cannot shy away from the fact that one day those learners seated there, they are going to be members of parliament. They are going to take this continent forward. Can we give them a round of applause? I welcome you, honorable members, to this special committee sitting, an occasion where you are supposed to go to your committee sessions, to your committee rooms. Committee rooms are very important because those are the engines to take forward the path of PAP and ensure that development is pushed through these corridors of the Pan-African Parliament. Heads of states and government declared the Republic of South Africa as the African Union Assembly held in Addis Ababa in 2004. As a government, they have that South Africa must provide all support as the seat of the Pan-African Parliament permanently. I wish to ensure and reassure you, Chairperson, I know Chairperson of Finance is always worried, at what stage are you going to ensure that we get a new parliament that is built in South Africa here and get out of this rented parliament or building? I want to reassure you, honorable members, that South Africa is seized with this matter, and we are going to ensure that we continue to give our support at all fronts to ensure that this Pan-African Parliament does not fail. This Pan-African Parliament cannot fail in our name as South Africa. Excellencies, as I conclude, I wish to commend the Pan-African Parliament President, Honorable Chief Chirumbira, and the Bureau for working very tirelessly to ensure that PAP program and the goals that PAP is supposed to achieve are put high on the agenda, especially on the AU agenda. I've been following you. It's so difficult to detach myself from you. I was made by this parliament. I was molded by this Pan-African Parliament. We fought here for rotation, and now we have rotation because we wanted to democratize even the Pan-African Parliament. Keep that spirit up. This is your home. Members, this is your home. This Pan-African Parliament in South Africa is your home. A home far away from your home, this is your home. Finally, I wish to congratulate all members that have just joined. This is a political school. This is a political house. If you want to develop, there are robust debates in this house. Please don't miss a single debate. Myself, Honorable Malima, are no longer here, but you are in good hands. South Africans who have just joined, you are in good hands. These are our brothers and sisters. Asante sana, merci beaucoup, muti obrigado, shukrani, ngiyabonga. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the delivery. I know you gave a very loud applause when Honorable Majorina finished, but we can repeat that and say, thank you very much. We move to solidarity messages, and we have 4 statements. The first 3 will be virtual. I hope the IT at this juncture can connect us to Honorable Roger Mansiene, Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles, is also the President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum.
President of the Pan-African Parliament, Excellency Chief Fortune Chirumbira. Vice Presidents of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Dr. Ashebe Gayo, Honorable Lucia dos Passos, Honorable Jida Mama Mahamat. Judge President of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, Her Excellency Lady Justice Imani D. Aboud. Minister for Water and Sanitation of the Republic of South Africa, the Honorable Pemi Majodina. Minister of Justice and Human Rights of the Republic of Djibouti, Honorable Ali Hassan Bedon, Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Dean of African Ambassadors in the Republic of South Africa, Excellency Andre Nzapanyeke, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, Ms. Lindiwe Kumalo, Director for Strategic Planning and Development in the AUC, Ms. Bodo Kabawene Bayendi, Chief Director, African Union in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa, Excellency Ambassador Lubuyo Ndimeni and representatives of DIRCO here present, distinguished resource persons, invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and participants. It is an honor for me to be able to address you in the opening of this plenary session of the Pan-African Parliament. Allow me to begin by apologizing for not being able to be with you in person for this especially important event. This has been due to a clash in our calendars, which was unavoidable. My brother, Excellency Chief Fortune Chirumbira, kindly accept my sincere apologies. I am really very happy that we are devoting this session to a topic of utmost importance for the future of our continent, education. Under the theme, Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, Building Resilience Education Systems for Increased Access to Inclusive, Lifelong, Quality and Relevant Learning in Africa. This is a subject close to my heart because my original profession before politics was education, and I spent my early professional years in teaching and curriculum development, mainly in languages and social sciences. The critical role of education lies at the heart of the 7 aspirations in the AU Agenda 2063, and as a premier strategic blueprint for transforming the continent into a global powerhouse. AU Agenda 2063 firmly articulates education through the Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016 to 2025 and lays emphasis on inclusivity and sustainability as key factors in the promotion of social and economic progress, regional integration, democratic governance, and peace. Education, therefore, is pivotal to achieving sustainable development and enhancing human capital. This is critical as we chart our path towards the Africa we want, in line with the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the Continental Education Strategy for Africa. We must recognize the pivotal role that quality and relevant learning play in shaping a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable future. I would like for us to seriously reflect on what role parliaments and governments can and should play in the face of over 98 million children in Africa who are out of school. This goes further as the scale of learning poverty in our region continues to skyrocket. Learning poverty refers to the inability of children to read a simple text by age 10. It is at 90% in sub-Saharan Africa, having been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. We are told Africa needs an additional 17 million teachers to meet universal education goals by 2020. Globally, education is in a crisis, with Africa facing significant challenges in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal 4, SDG 4, and the Continental Education Strategy for Africa. Despite progress in access to education, learning poverty, teacher shortages, and systemic challenges remain significant barriers. I must congratulate the AU for proposing 10 objectives and related activities for national, regional, continental, and global levels to galvanize member states towards education reform, focusing on building resilient and inclusive educational systems with clear core practices, including teacher development, foundational learning, STEM education, vocational training, and digital education solutions. I would like to briefly cover 3 areas which may serve to deliver what we need to achieve in the goals of the theme that is before us. First, the importance of foundational learning, that is, getting the basics right. Dear colleagues, you will agree with me that foundational learning, which encompasses the basic skills of literacy, numeracy, and critical thinking, forms the bedrock upon which all further learning is built. Without a solid foundation, the edifice of advanced education and skills development cannot stand. What will foundational learning achieve for us? First, building a knowledge-based economy. Foundational learning equips our young people with essential skills that are crucial for higher education and specialized training. It prepares them to contribute meaningfully to a knowledge-based economy, fostering innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship. This is essential for the economic transformation envisioned in Agenda 2063. Second, reducing inequality and promoting inclusive education. By ensuring that all children, regardless of their background, have access to quality foundational education, we can reduce educational disparities and promote social inclusion. This aligns with Continental Education Strategy for Africa, a goal of inclusive and equitable education for all. Third, enhancing the quality of education. A strong educational foundation enhances the quality of learning at all subsequent levels. Students who master foundational skills are better prepared for the challenges of higher education and are more likely to succeed academically and professionally. Another vital area we have to consider is technical and vocational learning, TVET. The role of Tibet in education transformation must also be elevated as part of improving on quality education. Technical and vocational education and training is equally crucial in our quest to transform education in Africa. Tibet provides practical skills and knowledge that are directly applicable to the labor market, addressing the skills gap and enhancing employability. What will this achieve? One, skills for jobs. Given the youth bulge in most of our countries, empowering youth and enhancing employability is cardinal. Africa's youthful population is one of its greatest assets. Tibet programs equip young people with the skills needed to thrive in the job market, reducing unemployment and underemployment. This empowerment is vital for achieving the socio-economic goals of Agenda 2063. Second, providing lifelong learning and adaptability. Tibet promotes a culture of lifelong learning and adaptability. As the job market evolves with technological advancements, individuals with Tibet training can continually update their skills, ensuring they remain relevant and competitive. Third, supporting sustainable development. Tibet plays a crucial role in sustainable development by training individuals in areas such as green technologies, sustainable agriculture, and environmental management. This supports Agenda 2063's vision of a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. The third area I want to touch on is a synergy between foundational learning and Tibet. To truly transform education in Africa, we must create synergy between these two areas. This integrated approach will ensure that our educational systems are not only preparing students for academic success, but also for practical, real-world challenges. What can we get from this? One, early integration. By incorporating elements of Tibet into foundational learning, we can spark interest in vocational skills from a young age. This early integration helps students see the relevance of their education in future careers. Second, continuous pathways. We must establish clear pathways that allow students to seamlessly transition from foundational education to Tibet and from Tibet to higher education or the workforce. These continuous pathways ensure that education remains relevant and accessible at all stages of life. Thirdly, enhancing public-private partnerships. Institutions, industry, and government is essential. Public-private partnerships can provide the resources, expertise, and opportunities needed to make foundational learning and Tibet programs successful and responsive to market demands. Dear colleagues and participants, with these few remarks, I want to express my full solidarity in the work before this conference, and I express my hope that it will be a defining moment in our mission for a better Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the transformation of education in Africa is not just a goal. It is a necessity for achieving the Africa we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency Speaker. Right Honorable Roger Mansien. We'll have a musical interlude.
Sanbona lanje Kutandani nsaphila Yebo siyaphila Nathi siyajabula ngaphila Sibonga ukubona Inkosi isimpe Good morning. Good morning, we are greeting you. 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 Hiyo ni ameshama bela sechwa. 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 Hiyo ni ameshama. Yeah.
This one. Thank you very much. We need to now move to the next virtual presentation by His Excellency Remy Ngoi Lumba, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights of Banjul. Excellency Lumbo, sorry.
Excellency Chief Fortune Chirambira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished participants, all protocols observed. I am Remy Ngoi Ndumbo, Chair of the Banjul Commission. My institution considers as honor and privilege to be given the floor on the 13th statutory meeting of the Pan-African Parliament and also the annual Speakers Conference of the Pan-African Parliament, which are taking place in Midrand from 13th to 20th September. My busy agenda couldn't allow me to participate in this meeting personally. Currently, I'm in Comoros to leading a delegation on human rights. That's why I want to send this message of solidarity, reiterating the bonds linking our two institutions. The protocol establishing the Pan-African Parliament is based on the paradigm of African citizens in the participation of the work of the Parliament, whilst the Banjul Commission also protocol focuses on the participation of Africans. And so the Pan-African Parliament is meant to pass model laws and generate guidelines and general comments which inspire national parliaments in the promulgation of laws in our respective countries. So there is a complementarity between our two organs, which is based on a memorandum of understanding which we signed together. So I'm very happy to note that the African Court complements the work of the Parliament in protecting human rights. And recently, we also signed a cooperation agreement with the Pan-African Parliament to that effect. So I want to commend Judge Abu and to also congratulate you, President Fortune Chambira, for all these efforts in promoting and protecting human rights on the continent. In our various bilateral reports, we need to think of a tripartite body, that is African Court on Human and People's Rights, and then the Pan-African Parliament, and the Banjul and the Tanzanian Arusha Court, and why not tomorrow involve even the ASE work in this memorandum of understanding. My institution is open to future collaboration with you, and that's why I was congratulating you, President, dear brother and friend, that I wish you success in this meeting. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother, Excellence Lumbu, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. We now move to our big brother to deliver a message, and this is the Palestine.
معالي السيد
His Excellency, Your Excellency, Excellencies, the Deputy President and members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, guests, and everyone, ladies and gentlemen. all protocol observed. In the beginning, 1 year has passed after the Nakba, the second Nakba of the Palestinian people on the 7th October. This Nakba, which is represented in this the destruction that happened in possessions, in villages, in cities, in Gaza and West Bank. This includes the religious places for Muslims and Christians. We have seen this destruction of mosques in Gaza as well as churches in Gaza. Our Christian brothers are minority, about 1,500 population in Gaza. 103 churches, about 38 Christians have been killed. All the schools have been destroyed, and the universities, which have been changed into places of mass killings instead of being places of treatment. More than 41,000 and 130,000, and every quarter now there is one child killed. Most of the victims are from children and ladies and children and women. Ladies and gentlemen, your president, the state of Palestine, is looking forward to the consultative view of the international court, which condemned the violation against Palestinian people. There is going to be a vote for this draft in the United Nations, and I call upon all the countries in the world to support, to have historical standing to bring justice to the Palestinian people and to lift the injustice that have befallen the Palestinian people. And also, we thank the efforts of the South Africa for taking to court the Israeli authorities in the International Court of Justice in the first time in history that there is a country that brought to Israel to book in front of its legal obligations. Next month, the court will issue the final decision on the massacres that have taken place and also Israeli violations. I hope that there is going to be international support from all the free people in the world, that there should be support for the efforts of South Africa. This position is not against, this is not hostile towards Israel. This is a call to Israel to review its racist policies and to review their conscience, being that they are one of the followers of the divine religions. This is an opportunity for them to review their policies. There is no any kind of personal offense or there is no any kind of squabble between South Africa and Israel. South Africa is looking after human rights and also took this initiative. And we appreciate the position of South Africa and would like to emphasize that all the Palestinian people appreciate the efforts of the free people in the world, among which is South Africa. Here in the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency, the President, the dear guests, members of Parliament, I hope that there should be more supportive positions in favor of the Palestinian people. This is a free platform that represents the conscience of the African people. Thank you very much. Viva Africa, viva Palestine, viva the free people of the world. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. Thank you very much. The next to present would be Excellency Lady Justice Imani. about President of the African Court on Human and People's Rights. However, there is a bereavement in her family. She has sent a speech. We'll put that on record, but it won't be read because we don't have anyone from her office to read the speech. As a result, we move to the next solidarity message from Honorable Ali Hassan Badon, Minister of the Republic of Djibouti.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. His Excellency Honorable Chief Fortune Sharumbira, Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Speaker of National Assembly of Seychelles, President of SADC's Parliament Group, Honorable Roger Mancien, Your Honor Judge Justice Imani Dawood Aboud, Chairperson of the African Court of Human and People Rights, my sister, Honorable Majoli, Minister of Agriculture of South African Republic, ladies and gentlemen, honorable excellencies, ambassadors, all protocol observed. I would like to make my speech in English, but it's better that I make it in French, so I apologize for. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, qu'il me soit permis.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, permit me to thank this august body, that is the Pan-African Parliament and its president, for the kind invitation made to me. It's with immense honor that I participate in this meeting, and it's a privilege for me to make a presentation as a Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and today Minister of Justice. And so, parliamentarians, I'm very grateful for your reception. As Minister of Justice and in charge of human rights, I convey to you the fraternal greetings of the President of the Republic, the government and people of Djibouti. The people of Djibouti, especially the youth, have a lot of hope in Pan-Africanism. And they all know the heroes of yesterday, Kwame Nkrumah, Sekou Touré, Patrice Lumumba, Thomas Sankara, and of course, our father, Nelson Madiba Mandela. As representative of the government of Djibouti, I wish to assure you that we are determined to contribute our quota to create a united and one Africa. Excellency, President, Honorable Charimbira, our continent is rich in terms of natural resources, and we are also rich in terms of our youth. Our continent is also rich thanks to its cultural diversity. So, Honorable Minister, we saw the young artists who were here to show their strength, their talent, and exhibit the elegance of the movement. And so there's no continent which is as culturally diverse as our continent. Africa is not only in terms of forms, but we also have values and traditions. And these are traditions of humanism, tolerance, forgiveness, consensus, sharing, and solidarity. And these are the areas where the Africans are able to, these are the qualities that enable us to resist all adversity and to ensure that we meet the aspirations of our people and create a better future for us. We need to ensure peace from Cape Town, Libya to Djibouti. So peace is the basis of all wealth. With peace, people can build on daily basis and year after year build the building blocks of their development.
and would make the necessary efforts in order to improve their living conditions and create a better future for future generations. Of course, we all agree that education is a powerful lever of development. As stated by Madiba, education is the most powerful weapon to change the world, and we have the capacity to change the world. However, no one can deny that justice is also key to peace, and there can be no peace without justice, which sums up the nexus between peace and justice. Excellency, honorable representatives of African people, apart from the technical know-how, apart from the theoretical know-how, historical know-how, philosophical know-how, which education is also a factor for strengthening peace, because education helps improve access to justice by combating ignorance, and often the basic rights are enshrined in our laws and in other international conventions. But education enables us to understand these laws and the judiciary systems that are quite complex. That's why we need to incorporate in our education system civic education in order to contribute to building the African societies of tomorrow. I'm convinced that national human rights institutions could also contribute a lot to ensure peace and combat all forms of violations of the rights of our fellow citizens. Apart from human rights protection, these institutions also ensure the building of ensure the strengthening of human rights in all our societies. Ladies and gentlemen, you would agree with me that it's high time we decolonize the issue of human rights to fight for the promotion of human rights in Africa. It's not synonymous it's not synonymous with the Western world. No one can lecture us about human rights. In Mali, our ancestors in the 12th century came up with a flag which has been qualified as the first declaration of human rights. In any case, African justice is of the view that in terms of rights, there are double standards. Rights of one group, and for example, like the case of Palestine. And I wish to commend the ambassador of Palestine. We are with the people of Palestine. The people of Palestine, their voices will not be shut. It will be remiss to end my speech without thanking South Africa for the lofty initiative of bringing the cause of the Palestinian people before the International Court of Justice. And I wish to reiterate my gratitude for giving me the opportunity to take the floor before this august body, which represent the people of Africa. It's up to us to believe in Africa, to develop it, and thank you very much.
Another louder applause. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the solidarity messages. The next step is to go into presentations by experts on various topics. And for the first one will come from Auda Nepad and the Department of Strategic Planning and Development in the AU. So there will be two presentations, and these will be on the status of the implementation of the AU strategic plan. They will share that topic, but mostly it will focus on how far have we gone in implementing Agenda 2063. Thereafter, I think by afternoon, after lunch, there will be a presentation on climate change, where we are now, and where we should be going as we move to COP29. And then there will be a presentation on energy. There will be a senior advisor on energy issues, and the Africa CDC regional coordinator on issues of COVID and MPO. Yes, expect those presentations later. So maybe before lunch, we can do, there's also the preparing Africa for the future pandemics and responding to emerging health threats on the continent. So I think before lunch is possible, yes, we can do the presentation on progress on Agenda 2063. But before that, there is a proposal that maybe we can stretch a bit for 15 minutes, but I want to leave that to the clerk to advise how we can move and come back for presentations.
Honorable President, tea for the honorable members and excellencies is in the lobby of this chamber, and a family photo arrangement is set up in the lawn outside the lobby. Submit.
So we break for tea let's come back at 12:30. It's now 12:10. Photo and tea, 12:30 we are seated for the delivery of implementation of Agenda 2063. Thank you. Let's break for tea and photo. Oh, yeah, no. It's just mixed up, yes.
Abancane phezulu. Small up. Come, Mucho. Small. Are you small? Oh, me now getting African. Oh, Sanbo la la ilima. Kuno, kona jane sapela. Oh, nasti sacha, kona matega siro kona. Quanti davane deve fuga, se sale ngane, musotina, se stava fare fuori matota. Quanti davane deve fuga, se sale ngane, musotina, se stava fare fuori matota. Salmonan Sambingola, Salmonan Sambingola, Salmonan Sambingola. It is Salmonan ma Africa Sambingola, Salmonan ma Africa Sambingola, Salmonan Sambingola. Dumelang Dumerisa, Dumelang Dumerisa, Dumelang Africa, Dumerisa, Dumelang Africa, Dumerisa, Dumelang Lochan is a nochisa, Lochan Africa. Lochan is a nochisa, Lochan is a nochisa, Lochan is a nochisa. Lochan Mandebe, Lochan is a nochisa, Lochan Africa. Lochan is a nochisa, Lochan is a nochisa, Lochan is a nochisa. Shimoniva,
Please, ushers, ushers.
Right. Apa yang anda kata itu? Dan dalam cara ini dari foto.
Thank you. Thank you, performer Sibongile.
Thank you.
Sibongile, siyabonga. Siyabonga, siyabonga. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, please, your seats. Please be seated. I can see those two there. Please be seated. I think we want to apologize that the tea which was announced, it ran away. I don't know where it went. So we couldn't get the tea. But then it made others, because they were appetized by, when you say going to eat, then when there was no tea, they went into the restaurant. So the restaurant is full. I think in all fairness, we break for lunch and come back at 1:45. Yeah, we come back at 1:45. Let's just break for lunch. The lunch, there are lunch coupons, which means you are not going to buy lunch. There will be coupons served, and you're going to have free lunch. If you can't get the coupon, just find the staff of PAP. I don't know whether the clerk wants to clarify that one.
Honorable President, we'll ask the ushers to be by the door to lead honorable members to the dining hall, where they will be served with lunch. The coupons will be distributed in the dining room itself.
Or in the dining room, fine. You just get seated there. Get your food, the coupon will come. We meet at 1:45. Thank you very much. We can go.
Oh, merci. C'est même ça. Oh, ça c'est bien. Donc, à qui elle s'adresse? Je dis à qui s'adresse, c'est pas à qui elle s'adresse. Est-ce qu'elle peut saisir? Elle a saisi la commission des conseils juridiques. Eh bien, elle va commencer par ça. Si elle a pu arriver en justice, elle peut bien qu'elle j'espère qu'on est comment arriver à ça. C'est bien. C'est vrai que je disais, je viens de dire.
Oui, allô? Eh?
C'est trop proche. Said, what is wrong with toilet? She is not. I think we need to go now. Good afternoon, honorable members of Parliament, Parliament called Pan-African Parliament. We have lost time. We lost time before lunch when we broke for tea and the photograph. Let's now move and reconnect with time. I don't know whether our presenters are now in the chamber so that we move. But we didn't announce in the morning. I think you are all aware that the AU team issuing passports or taking passports are around. Those who took passports last time, I know they've brought passports. And those that don't have passports, like new members today, can go and get their records so that next time they can get their passports. This afternoon, thank you for coming, honorable members. Some, I think, have gone to their hotels or somewhere else, but I think we should proceed with our program. Madam Clerk, can I call upon you to tell us who is coming next?
Honorable President, the next order of business is Agenda 2063, Status of Implementation of the Second 10-Year Implementation Plan, which will be presented by the African Union Director for Strategic Planning and Development, Madam Boto Bayendi, together with Auda Nepad, Director of Strategy, Mr. Mohamed Abdi Salam. Submit. She's in the chamber.
Thank you, Director Boto. You can come to the podium in front and deliver.
Thank you very much, Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, Honorable Vice Presidents, Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable ambassadors here present, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand this afternoon in the established protocols. And as introduced, my name is Mutumba Yendi, the Director in the Office of Strategic Planning and Delivery at the African Union Commission, under the Cabinet of the Chairperson, for which our mandate is mostly to be the Chairperson's technical hand in the Agenda 2063 mandate, the coordination, the crafting, the review, the monitoring. And as I go along, you will see how we are frequenting the Pan-African Parliament over the second 10-year implementation plan. I must say largely because we've bent our fingers over the first 10-year implementation, and in our wisdom, we would not want to repeat the gaps that have taken us to where we are post the first 10 years of this agenda. I must say that the deliberations over the past few days, where we started with the workshop, had helped me to gauge my pitch into this presentation, as well as the earlier submissions that were made in the opening session. Ordinarily, I would be scared that my presentation could be repetitive of what we've been talking about in the past 2 days, but I've gauged some level of information and awareness gap that I feel confident still to poach on some part of the information that had been shared. I would therefore be taking us through a presentation outlined as follows. My slides are not moving. Yes, I've been coached. I'm doing what the coach said I should do, yet the slides are not moving. While the technical man is coming down to assist, you will see as I proceed with the presentation why we are co-presenting with NEPAD. There's a decision that had established what we call the special project and had mandated the African Union Commission in collaboration with NEPAD to undertake what is dubbed the special project. I will cover the strategic foundation and highlights of the agenda, then the second 10-year implementation plan, status update. It should be a high-level update to say, since the second 10-year implementation plan of the agenda was launched in February, what are our next steps and why are we frequenting the Pan-African Parliament? We'll then say, how do we align the Parliament for effective implementation of the agenda, and just throw in some key considerations for the Parliament. Agenda 2063 is a long-term, 50-year strategic framework, and it compels us to work together at individual and as a collective Africa for a future and destiny that we have defined in the vision. The vision is that we want to be an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. That's why I say there's no way we can manage anything if the agenda is to be driven by its citizens, and the legislative positioning of the Pan-African Parliament as a touch base for us into the citizenry of Africa. If we are to leave you behind, then we would have failed the vision in the first step. The results are defined. We want integration, prosperity, and peace. The citizens of Africa are the custodians of this agenda, and they are the drivers. They reside in our 55 member states. They are diverse. If we say that we are 60% youthful as African citizens, what does it mean to our posture if we are to achieve the agenda? The impact and evidence we are looked at by the global arena, and the way they look at us, we need to create what they see. If we want them to see black, if we want them to see green, if we want them to see yellow, it is in our hands to create that which we want the global arena to see in us as Africa. So the measurement and the branding that we need to be seen to portray from the eye of the global people is in our hands. If we can recall that as nations in our 55 member states, we care about our brand. And here when we talk about positioning Africa through the agenda, we are talking about giving an outlook in many respects. At national branding, we are talking about our export potential, our governance, our people, our culture, our tourism, and our heritage. If that is the case at national level, it extends to us and us branding ourselves at continental level. And from the view of the global arena, that's what they want to see. Agenda 2063 have specific values that we call part of the strategic foundations, to say that we were aware that for the agenda to prevail and succeed, we need respect for diversity and teamwork. We need to think Africa above all. Thinking Africa above all, we need to think hard as to how do we balance our solidarity and sovereignty. How do we secure and safeguard African interest above individual interest? These are our values, and we like to emphasize that they are kind of like a prerequisite that if we enter into a race called Agenda 2063, we must be holding all these values, lacking which we are taking away from the likelihood of success. The other key aspects that we were definitely from the onset aware of and positioning to make sure that for us to succeed in Agenda 2063, we need political will and transformational leadership. And I am humbled this afternoon to be talking to the very political leaders and challenging them that from the onset, we needed your will for the agenda to succeed. Your will evident in allocating adequate resources, creating the necessary legal instruments and frameworks, and prioritizing the objectives of the agenda. I will not go through them one by one. I believe the clerk will share this, but I want to emphasize that the willing political transformational leadership should also help our citizenry, who are the owners of the agenda, to change their attitudes and mindsets towards the Pan-African values of solidarity, self-reliance, hard work, and collective prosperity. I had already mentioned that collectively, let's look at ourselves as we sit in this parliament as a Pan-African parliament. And also, let's transfer our very seats and heads to the seats we occupy in our national parliaments. The institutional frameworks, they are critical success factors. If they are not there, if we don't work towards them, we are actually setting ourselves up for failure. Resource mobilization. The agenda is a huge thing that requires us, in order to succeed, to resource. We will talk about challenges associated with that. The key thing that makes me frequent this podium in the parliament is communication and awareness. We need awareness to create an awareness. Beyond awareness is ownership and desire to support the agenda. We cannot skip the awareness and communication stage and then talk to funding, for instance. When you ask for funds for people to fund the agenda, it becomes unfortunate, even the private sector, to say, what is Agenda 2063? So this is the first year of implementing the second 10-year implementation plan. If it is the year that we should be loud and clear about Agenda 2063, it is actually this year. We need to have partners, and we need regional integration and to create a common narrative for Africa. We already have a success story. We have a shared history as Africa. The agenda is defining our shared destiny, and we know we can do it. We are drawing from the solemn declaration pronounced during our pause, our checkpoint at 50 years of existence. There were 8 in number, from which we derived the 7 aspirations of Agenda 2063. Aspiration 1, speaking to the prosperous Africa. Aspiration 2, to an integrated Africa. And we are always saying that if there is something that exists beyond these 7 aspirations that would take us to our vision, we need to outline it, and we have searched for it. Beyond the 7 aspirations, we unpacked the agenda into 20 goals. And these 20 goals, as were outlined in the first 10-year implementation, they also were mapped with flagship projects. If we recall well, in the planning space, you would say, this is where I want to go and how. The flagship projects were the specific project that Africa had to undertake to accelerate or to have them as catalyst of achieving the aspirations. If my colleague from NEPAD would be coming in after me, he would be zooming as per the mandate of NEPAD of making sure that programs and projects of Agenda 2063 are driven effectively and also funded to execute value to Agenda 2063. I'm pausing here to show that the pains that we were talking about from the past 2 days about movement of people, the SATAM is there about AFCFTA, which is one of our greatest success stories in terms of flagship projects, and other critical projects. I want us to know that these projects are funded in 2 ways. It's either money for this project come from our national parliaments or come from Mandela Hall in Addis Ababa when we are discussing coordination and budgeting and allocating resources to organs of the African Union. So there's no way money can be available for this flagship project unless you legislators release the money for that, for these projects. We had outlined the implementation pathways. And for the purpose of today's conversation, I want us to look at the bottom line of it, that the foundation of it all is advocacy and informed public. If our public, if our member of parliaments who are representing the people are still asking us questions in year 11 about what is Agenda 2063, it is a clear sign that we did not do our homework. And not all is lost. We are getting into the second lap, and we are saying, let's reframe, let's reflect and restart on the right footing. That is why we are here. We also have implementation support structures, domestication and internalization, mainstreaming into national development plans, and country-specific dashboard, that is the monitoring. The president earlier articulated the purpose of measurement, saying to us that what gets measured gets done. If you cannot distinguish between success and failure, you would not be able to reward, you will not be able to resource accordingly. I want to dwell on to the fact that the mandate of Agenda 2063 is massive, and nobody can manage it on their own. That is why we had said that there must be, execution must be systemic across the AU organs, the RECs, the member states, everybody should be able to get into their position and play. We need everybody's hands on the deck. That is how we had articulated and had set out to execute the first 10 years. Did we get it or not? We didn't get it. But we are not dead. We are here. There are, for the benefit of us all, the wisdom in the room, there are some people who have been here when this was set in 2013, and they are still here. We need you to tap on your energy, on your hope that we can do better in the second decade. What does the second decade look like? It was set up through a special project, Executive Council 1164, that we do a special project that you'd evaluate the first 10 years, over and above, craft the second 10 year. The special project done by the African Union Commission in collaboration with Auda NEPAD. In collaboration with Auda NEPAD, like I have outlined, Auda NEPAD, we look up to them for the programs and projects that drive Agenda 2063. We have done that, and with the limitations that were outlined, and I think, President, you raised a very critical pain as to where would the review be done, who would conclude the review, the guidelines for developing the second 10 year, if Parliament has not been part of it. That I would take 100% to say that we are here because I think in my say, there's a say in my country that when a child cries for something hot that may bend their finger, sometimes you give it to them. We probably had taken that hot thing, we are bent, we are here, and we need NEPAD. I want to outline as part of the decisions of the Executive Council, I also want to emphasize that implementation of these decisions is for all of us. That is why in 2024 February meetings, Executive Council Decision 1260, it says all AU organs in line with their mandates and statutes, they should implement past decisions related to Agenda 2063 to accelerate implementation of the second decade of Agenda 2063. This is basically saying that what I've been talking about, be it critical success factors, be it values, be it flagship projects, they are still relevant in this decade. So everybody must go back to say, from the onset of the agenda and along my mandate, what is my position of play? And we believe that if we could do that, we will all deliver better in the second 10 year. These are the highlights of the evaluation. It shows that the agenda is still very relevant. I'll speak to that more later. It's still efficient. It's weak in efficiency. What does it mean that it is weak in efficiency? It means that it focused on winning in terms of especially aspects of peace and security, where we were skewing our budgets towards. But like we've been saying that in measurement, there is input measures, outcome, and impact measures. Our skewing our budgets towards peace and security, the guns that were supposed to be silenced, unfortunately, they got louder. But with prisoners of hope, sometimes we say it gets worse before it becomes better. So we could hang in there to say we still have peace and security issues to deal with, but how can we improve in terms of balancing our effects, dealing with the root cause of the unstable Africa? Coherent, it is compliant with other frameworks, but it was lacking in leveraging the structures of other frameworks such as the UN SDGs. It was poor, the performance, the targets that were set, we poorly performed against our targets. And in terms of impact, if we do some things right, we believe that it is promising. We saw convergence, we saw snippets of success around AFCFTA. Sustainability, if we are not going to domesticate better, improving our leadership and coordination and implementation arrangements, we will not succeed. And in terms of making the agenda sustainable, the call is on us as the leadership. These are the new postures in the second 10-year. The learnings from the first 10-year compel us to put in place effective mechanism for sustainable domestic resource mobilization, coordination, reporting, and the critical thing is learning. How do we share knowledge? You may find that in a specific region, one country is doing well, but the neighboring country is not, and we are failing to share knowledge. We need to domesticate better. We will help on domestication because we are here in PAP and we are saying that we have a three-legged elephant if PAP is not in the domestication agenda. We need to strengthen national implementation structures. We are having structures where we are in our parliaments having a committee that deals with SDGs, but no Agenda 2063. It is a worrisome thing because from the framework document, it is spelled out how member states should posture and structure themselves to effectively deliver the Agenda 2063. We need funding. We are all crying about funding. The coordination department that I lead, as this year, there was a specific articulation in decision 1260 that says, fund Agenda 2063. That is our member states saying it and pronouncing it, but we did not in the budgeting discussion see that trend. We saw it in a situation where we are worse off in our peace situation in terms of issues of climate change, but in terms of coordinating Agenda 2063, the budget wasn't responsive. We are deliberate, and from this onset, there was a foresight that every 10 years we review Agenda 2063. That is why a new framework into this decade was pronounced. I want us to take us back to the conversations of the previous days. Some members of parliament were saying that, what is Agenda 2063? Who mandated the second 10-year if the PAP was not engaged? In October 2023, we convened a special executive council meeting on Agenda 2063, whereby it was special in that it went beyond ministers of foreign affairs. It was extending to ministers of planning and ministers of finance. That is where we got the ultimate validation. Before then, we had technical validations from representatives of the 55 member states planning, validating the second 10-year implementation plan. I will talk later about where I think the gap is in terms of the feedback loop. Why is it that our expectation to this 5th AU Executive Council was that all the 3 members, ministers from the member states were representing the voice of parliament, and then we hear some members of parliament saying we are not aware of what Agenda 2063 is and how it differs with SDGs. So in that meeting, the member states towards the Africa we want, they actually pledged commitment. I'm relatively new in the AU, and that was one of the most positive meetings that I've sat in the AU, where 55 member states, most of them were raising their flags to say we still believe in Agenda 2063. They were pledging for commitment, but they were calling us to align better. They also said we are ready to resource Agenda 2063. They gave us clear direction as to what it must contain. When we were now converging to the 7 moonshots, they validated those 7 moonshots. And we are hoping and believe that they are a transformational and visionary leadership. The 877 in this slide means 8 solemn declarations transitioning to 7 aspirations and ultimately 7 moonshots. It was ultimately launched in February after it followed, after that meeting, extraordinary summit. There was an ordinary executive council that was in February. Then the assembly, they adopted the second 10-year implementation plan. The highlights of the second 10-year implementation plan, I want us to look at this as an incremental picture of how we want to grow. In 2063, we want all the 7 aspirations achieved. That is from prosperity to peace. But we are saying that the first 2 decades, let's assume we are having a young child, and the first 2 decades, they have not yet gotten to university. But we are saying that by the 3rd decade, if this child was a child of a poor man in one corner in Botswana, we want them to be ready for the market and the world to, or the villagers to start seeing that in Mr. Bayendi's house, something is happening. They are building a brick and mortar house. That is what we mean by impact. We are not saying that when this child is passing their Cambridge, their standard 6 exams, there's no impact. But we are saying we will not be ignored. The world will start appreciating and seeing Africa, that Africa is bullish. You cannot play games with Africa anymore. The tin-roofed house that was before would become a tile house. The hut will become a brick and mortar house. And we are very deliberate that if we get the convergence and acceleration stage very well, then we will be a force to reckon. Our vision rightly say that, driven by its own citizen, representing a dynamic force in the international arena. At decade 3, the international arena should be able to, they cannot stand us, but we are starting to talk to them now. That is why we are a membership of G20. So we want you to look at this slide as to, there are some certain due rights. If you don't take a child to primary school, like this theme of the year had said, there's no way that there'll be a global citizen employable in the global arena and causing waves in the global arena. So the first step is, let's do decade 1 and 2 better. Decade 1 is gone. The unfortunate thing about not getting results is that the resources or inputs are get burning. Time, we have lost the first 10 years. Then that is why we are saying the energy of the second 10-year should be acceleration, because we are taking the load of unfinished business of the first 10-year into the second decade. We are saying the context of this is that at 2024 first year, by 2033, what would be the indication that we are working towards the success of prosperity as one of our aspirations? We are saying that every African Union member state attain at least a middle income status. If we are there, we are saying we will tick the box that we are on the right track. But if we could not, in 2033, accelerate enough to achieve that, we are missing on putting fire under the pot, and we are likely not to feed our nations. Aligning the PAP for effective implementation. There are hindrances. We are so much aware of them, but the nature of Africa is that we are fighters. We have won battles before, and we still believe, even economic prosperity, peace, we can tick the box of success. One of the key hindrances is climate change, the droughts and the floods. And climate change is on us, but we need to do something better. We can prepare better. It is one of those that shows how vulnerable we are. And vulnerability in terms of caused by climate change, by diseases, it can consume the gains that we accrue over 10 years in a single day. So how do we emerge victorious anyway? It's a hindrance. And we are saying we know that we can still succeed if we manage climate change. Another hindrance is that we are not exploiting our resources. Human resources, intangible assets, minerals, our energy resources, we are not exploiting them further. Another hindrance is the fact that we grapple around how much would it cost us and how much do we need to fund the agenda. It's a hindrance because people don't put money on what they don't believe in. And it's a chicken and egg. If you believe in it, you may put money. If you don't believe in it, you are likely not to put money, but you are not immune from the effects of not putting money. Peace and security, we know the reality, and there will be a presentation, I believe, on that. Science, technology, the theme of the year, how do we exploit education as Africa? The accelerators, we have it in our control, in our hands, that we can coordinate better and put up the implementation arrangements. I've highlighted domestication and citizen ownership because it's a calling that makes me be here with you. Issues of partnerships, communication, I've talked about them. These accelerators are the do rights. They are the things that if we don't do right, we are falling back to the trap of the first 10 years. I've tried to extract from the framework document, from the past decisions, as to PAP, we cannot do without you in domesticating and ownership of Agenda 2063. You need to advocate for Agenda 2063 as a blueprint for Africa's development. As legislators, as a PAP, and in individual parliaments. Citizenry education, the how part of it, for so long as it's in the mandate of PAP, for as long as it is in the interest of PAP, for as long as it is in the heart of our legislators, the how part of it, as the technical bench, we can be able to come up with a clear map of how. That is why we want to onboard you as early as now. Regional parliaments and political parties. When we started this, we had thought that in 2024, it would be the year every country going for elections in 2024, we would have had the opportunity to go and socialize them on the agenda and coach them as to each manifesto should be skewed towards Agenda 2063, such that whoever takes power, it would just be a continuation. I believe we did not achieve much on that. Domestication at regional and national local levels. The president this morning articulated on what the role of PAP and challenged committees to say, reflect on what contributions you'd be bringing. I believe that is the role or the atmosphere that would be taking into committee meetings. The review of the 10-year, I've talked about that. In terms of monitoring and evaluation, we did biennial reports. And then we did the first 10-year evaluation report. 2 biennial reports have been done. We are waiting to analyze and publish the third one. We still have 17 member states that have never reported on Agenda 2063. We have had a question about the alignment between Agenda 2063 and then the UN SDGs. UN SDGs are a global framework. Agenda 2063 is a continental framework. Africa is not the only continent that the UN looks up to assist in attaining the target of SDGs. So the line of sight is that when we do well at our continental strategy level, which Africa has always applauded that Agenda 2063 represents the perspective of Africa so well. Other continents don't have the continental strategies. Other continents are not aligned in vision like we are. And if we deliver it better, we can be able to drive some of the ultimate impacts that the SDGs are measuring. Therefore, in 2018, the UN Secretary General and the chairperson of the African Union signed a document that said that we have at member state to co-deliver Agenda 2063 and SDGs. Some of the thematic areas beyond 2018 signature on the paper was that we need to advocate and create awareness on this joint implementation, which we don't have done much. That is why our parliaments, looking at the funding that comes from the UN, can sustain the UN SDG Committee of Parliament and no Agenda 2063. So these are the themes that were compelling us to co-deliver or to joint implement.
And then it also, one of the themes that we needed to, this 2030 and 2063, integrate in national development plans. So we are basically saying, had we done these two thematic areas, and then others such as integration, monitoring, data, had we done them right, starting with building awareness on this joint implementation, we could be far. Not all is lost. There are some countries who are already having cooperation frameworks that integrate Agenda 2063 and SDGs. And these are just examples of those who have piggybacked that. But we are still saying the Pan-African Parliament, with its oversight responsibility, we would need your eye into seeing that had everybody who has said, I have integrated and jointly delivering these two, are they indeed doing it? Where's the missing link that we are not seeing the results? I had shown here that the last reflection on the results, Agenda 2063 performance was around 12%, SDGs was around 15%. None of them is doing good. There are long-term and medium development plans of our member states that are already integrating to SDGs. Our coordination with UN has been weak, but going forward, we had vouched that we are going to leverage the existence, the geographic presence of the UN everywhere, and if we integrate to national development plans, we'll be set to go. We know the hindrances, I've talked about them. There's poor line of sight and integration. We don't see the step from global to continental to NDPs, low awareness of policy organ decisions and instruments. We have the Agenda 2063 framework document that come from as far back as 2013, when we were saying that the past decisions of Agenda 2063, we mean even the responsibilities as articulated in the 2013 framework document. They need to be resuscitated by organs and be implemented. We need the responsibility of PAP to handhold us or to usher us into national parliaments and then create a structure that says, how do we build capacity at partisan level for everybody to be ready to align their manifesto to Agenda 2063. We have weak structures, we have funding issues, we've been talking about them, and most of all, even the tools that we use for the budgeting process, we still have question marks to correct. Poor uptake of mandate responsibility. Like I say, if you are not aware of what the launch document of the second 10-year implementation plan commit Pan-African Parliament to do, how can you be able to do your bit? I'm getting into the last few presentations to say, then what should PAP do? PAP should be aligning to results-based management. Results-based management is not a new thing to any corporate, but there was an executive council decision that says, let's all handhold all organs into results-based management. And I believe PAP is one of the organizations that were hit hard by activity-based planning that we've been using. Because like the president says, he is sitting here in South Africa, and at budget allocation, a commissioner for agriculture will be saying, I need to do this and that, specifying activities, and PAP, when they come with their oversight responsibility, nobody looks at it that way. But if we define that you are delivering your ultimate, which is awareness and safeguarding of the interest of the citizens, no one else can trample with you in that. In terms of this context of the results-based management, we are saying that let all management areas be taken care of very seriously. The leadership, use of results, you will find that the AMET, that is a pain to us, is 3.4, management information systems. But we can get 200% on it, but if still we are not leading well as per 4.2, if we are not managing change, we would still not get to the Jerusalem of the agenda. This is a one slide that we unpack everybody. every organ of the AU for them to achieve the vision. What in the first 5 years should they be doing? Our next step is that let's take Agenda 2063 to its owners. Its owners are the citizens of Africa. Let's domesticate effectively and coordinate better. We cannot do without our legislators in the Pan-African Parliament and the national parliaments. And we are saying that we need to work with you, as you'll be receiving some other presentations. It would show clearly that we need policies, we need laws around climate change, around energy sufficiency, and all this emanates from our legislators. You are the sole custodian in collaboration with others, APRM, AUDA-NEPAD, to define the legislative posture that will take us through across to this second decade of implementation. This is where we are. This is how we invite the Pan-African Parliament to take its very critical position in implementing the second 10-year implementation plan. And once more to say that we acknowledge the gaps in the first 10 years. And if we are present in our leadership positions, we cannot afford to let it happen in the second decade. These are my contacts. I'm showing them because we are literally saying we had said that as the outcome of the workshop, any one of you can talk to us to say, I raise up my hand to be a pilot for a successful and effective domestication of Agenda 2063. And we will pull together for that cause. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
I think another loud applause. Director, both to take sit in front. Where are you going here? In front here. The front row is yours. Yes. I tell you, I know the MPs will also comment, but you are talking like a consultant and not like a director. You showed very deep comprehension of Agenda 2063. And you were very prepared. And I'm impressed if we have such AU officials who come so well prepared. And I know some have heard before, but with again this, to continue to sharpen our understanding as MPs, issues around Agenda 2063. But I want to applaud your humbleness, where you say the first 10 years and the overall agenda was not well shared with MPs. But now we have opportunity to go back to the drawing board and work together. And I'm impressed in your own presentation where you show PAP, and your document says Agenda 2063, status of implementation and alignment of the PAP. I think we have better times ahead if we work like that. I know MPs may want to raise hands. My proposal, honorable members, is that let's have all these presentations one, close, and then take note of any questions so that we don't run into a problem of some presentations not being presented. Because it's only today that we are meeting. We cannot defer to tomorrow. Tomorrow is committees up to Friday. So better we have all the presentations and take note of questions, and then we can discuss later. So, Madam Clerk, can we have the next presenter?
Honorable President, the next presenter that's associated with this same segment is the Director of Strategy of Auda NEPAD, Mr. Mohammed Abdisalam, online, virtually, and I would request him to be connected. He will speak to the flagship projects of Agenda 2063 and how they have been rolled out and the challenges associated with that, together with the role that the PAP could play in fostering movement on these flagship projects. I submit.
Is Mr. Muhammad ready to present? Yes, we hear you. We don't see your face. Can you, Muhammad, you are my brother, my friend. Hello, you are my friend and brother. I want to see your face. Can you have your face? And also, have you shared? Yes, we see your face now. Have you shared this document with us? You have already shared with PAP. Or you have it, whatever members? Only me, I don't have it. Others may have it. So, have you sent it to PAP?
Yes.
But I'm told by email all MPs have the document. Sorry? Can you just want to say yes? No. It's only knows from one secretary, it only knows. Can we make sure that in the next 20 minutes they will say yes? So, Mohammed, proceed with your presentation. Yes. Proceed.
And this will be finalized, both these two products will be finalized and adopted in February 2020. See, Lesotho is the highest, and that results also Lesotho investing heavily into education and health. This one is just to show you how we can improve public revenue collection using digitalization. You know, this we use few West African countries, but we have each and every African country. This is in the part of the feasibility study. You know, this one is how we can use our pension fund instead of investing in non-African countries. You know, it's better to invest in Africa, but to align to concrete investment projects. This is green bonds, which is very, very important. These are concrete projects that we are working on it, so that requires investment through green bonds. But the green bonds, the challenge we face is one is a capacity and one is liquidity. Because green bonds requires at least 200 million, and still we are below that threshold. Therefore, countries must work together. So when you look the moonshots, moonshot 4, solving our problems amicably become a very important condition. Also building the capacity so that when we talk about and to verify and to certify, like in up to 2063, Africa is green. Africa is the only continent that has a demographic performance. All other continents will decline. So therefore, Africa will be the youthful continent. And how are we going to harness this youth will be really an opportunity for the continent. Number 2 is really the issue of informal employment, the informal sector. Informal sector remains constant, as you see, is the bottom one. And we want to harness the informal sector without destroying it, but formalizing it without compromising the standard of living of the people. So that is one of the challenges we have in the continent. And as a positive demographic is the continent of Africa. And one of the issue when we looked, the only big problem that remains constantly until 2060s is a poverty and urban population growth. These two challenges will stay with us for a long time. So whatever we do, we have to take into consideration how are we going to deal with the population growth in urban area, and also not forgetting those who are in the rural area, so that they don't move massively to the urban area. So urban-rural dynamics is very important. And number 2 is a poverty. How are we going to reduce significantly the poverty? What we saw the first decade is that absolute poverty has increased while the relative poverty has decreased. So, His Excellencies, I would like to stop here with your permission.
Procedure is, thank you, Mohammed. That was another good piece. Honorable Patrick.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this Agenda 2063 and all AU activities were crafted some more than 10 years ago. We are here as members of parliament. We want to hear about progress. You informed us in the morning and that AU has over $600 million that they use to implement these projects. But any of these presenters, they come, they are at zero. None of them is telling us anything to do with the progress that we have moved from point A. As Africa, we've gone to point B. I'll give a simple example. The presenter is talking about the Trans-African Highway. They targeted 60,000 kilometers. How many of the 60,000 kilometers have been implemented over the 10 years? We want that kind of progress as members of parliament. Then we can go back to our countries to say that this is where we need to participate, this is what we need to do. But all the African AU presenters, they come here, they tell us the vision. Every day the vision, every day the idea. We need progress, Mr. President.
Thank you. Yes, that's quite very valid. You are into question time, but I've taken note of that very useful question. Mr. Mohammed, are you still there? You are saying the communities are waiting for you. I think Mohammed has left. Okay, we'll find him. Next presentation, and I want to ensure clarity of objective. What are we doing now today? We are providing information. Some of it, of course, may not come out well. For the committees, when they sit for the next 4 days, to benefit from this information which is being shared, so that when you sit as a health committee, agriculture committee, you know, in terms of Agenda 2063, what are the milestones? Some of them may not come out well. Let's elicit them as we go, but we are only supplying information to committees so that when you sit, you know where to look for what information. So we move to climate change presentation. Madam Clerk.
Honorable President, the next presentation is on the impact of climate change and Africa's strategic pursuits going into COP29, to be presented by Mr. Charles Peter Nyambura, the Director of Programs and Research, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance.
Thank you.
So, Your Excellency, the President of this esteemed House, Your Excellency Chief Fortune Charubira, Honorable Members of Parliament, Your Excellency, the ambassadors are present here, and all guests that are here today, good evening, good afternoon. Thank you so very much. My name is Charles Mwangi, and I read programs at the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. And I'll take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to appreciate you most sincerely, and on behalf of Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, for giving us this opportunity. We are not government, we are civil society actors, but the fact that you saw it important to give us an opportunity to come and address this House, we take that very, very, very seriously, and we appreciate you for that. In Africa, one thing that we need to do is to remain united. And if we are to succeed in dealing with the challenges we are experiencing, including climate change, we must work together. Governments, civil society actors, policy makers, private sector, we must move together as one. Africa has been divided historically by colonialism, by many other challenges, including economic issues, but I think it's about time that we work together so that we can redeem our continent from the burden that is actually on the shoulders of the continent, and one of them being climate change. So, Your Excellency, I want to begin by saying that Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance is a civil society alliance, and that captures 51 countries, or whose tentacles actually spread across 51 countries in this continent. And we work with civil society actors from a diversity of fields. So we have women groups, we have youth groups, we have indigenous people, we have faith actors, name them, and all of them come together to advocate for climate justice. And I want to appreciate, Your Excellency, the fact that we have worked together with the Pan-African Parliament for the last about 1.5 decades. That is about 15 years. Because the first activity we implemented together with Pan-African Parliament was the first summit of Pan-African Parliament on climate policy, and that was in 2009. And we did another one later, but the most recent one was done last year when we gathered here more than 300 policy makers, and we were able to host the third, Pan-African Parliament, summit on climate, and we came up with the solutions that I know you're actually tabling in your respective parliaments in the countries where you come from. So we are very grateful for this partnership, and we believe we can only be able to work together and move far. Now, as Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, we believe that climate change is a serious challenge and is perhaps the biggest existential threat that really threatens the lives of our people. And these changes are actually brought about by the impacts of human beings. But the tragedy, or should I say the irony in the matter, is that this continent, in our humidity, is only emitting about 4% of total greenhouse gases. And because our development is not that high, like that one of our developed country partners, we are only emitting about 4% of total greenhouse gases emissions. But when we talk about the impact, think about the drought. Think about the floods that are happening now in Nigeria and Benin. Think about Malawi, where thousands still are living in camps as a result of the cyclones that have been affecting that particular country. All the impacts are being felt in this continent. And therefore, we must redeem ourselves. And I think parliamentarians have got the first role in terms of ensuring that we really redeem ourselves from this particular challenge, the impacts of climate change. But maybe just take you a little bit deep in science, ladies and gentlemen, because I know maybe not all of us have a background in climate change or environment. Climate change is brought about by greenhouse gases that come as a result of fossil fuels that we're using, of coal that we've been burning, and again, all these contribute, by producing what we call greenhouse gases, whether it is carbon dioxide, whether it is methane, whether it is nitrous oxide, and all these gases, they are normally heavy, and because they're heavy, they also attract, heat from the sun. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the green lining that you see on our globe is actually the greenhouse gases that are heavy, and that instead of allowing the globe to reflect the heat and the light that we don't need, they actually hold that particular heat, and it continues heating the world, and therefore, we are actually, in a way, we could say that we are actually boiling ourselves. And this is what we call global warming. And global warming is what culminates into climate change that we are discussing today. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at that particular graph, you should get worried that for many years, those greenhouse gases have been very constant, all the way until the 18th century, where they took an astronomical rise, so that the trajectory has been going up and up, because we are continuing in terms of development, and development that is carbon heavy, fossil fuels, coal, and the others. And these gases are therefore keeping on burning us, and this trajectory is projected to continue rising if we don't act. And acting we must. If we must save this particular globe, we either act together or we die together. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who come from the Horn of Africa last year, we experienced the worst drought in 40 years. And you can imagine the number of livestock we lost, and we even lost lives as a result of that particular drought. And like I did mention, if you look at a country like Malawi, they have experienced about 7 cyclones. And who knows what is going to come next. And these impacts are being projected. IPCC normally tells us that these impacts are likely to become worse and worse as we continue. In Kenya, where I come from, only this year, we lost more than 300 people as a result of floods. And like I mentioned, in Nigeria and Benin now, and those of you who come from that region can actually attest to this, they are now swimming in floods. And God knows what else we're going to experience going forward. But ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 ways of dealing with climate change. And one of them is what we call mitigation. And when we talk about mitigation, we are talking about all activities that cut emissions. Any activity that's going to help us in cutting the emissions or removing the emissions from the atmosphere. That is mitigation. But what is even more important for Africa is the other strategy, which is adaptation. And in this case, we are saying adaptation has got to do with helping our people build resilience of our systems, build resilience of our livelihoods to ensure that we continue running. And therefore, adaptation, it is the biggest priority for the continent. Because like I mentioned, mitigation is about cutting down emissions. And if Africa is only emitting 4%, what is there to cut? I'm not saying that we're not supposed to cut emissions, because given time, we can also be able to produce a lot. But I'm saying, as it were, if we are to continue maintaining the 1.5 degree, dream alive, emissions must be reduced from where they are coming mostly. And that is from the north, where the 96% is coming from the north and from the east. But adaptation remains key. But ladies and gentlemen, like I'm going to mention later, the challenge that we have in this continent is, even though we are accepting that adaptation is a must, and we have no choice because climate change leaves us with no choice but to adapt, we are not getting to see resources flowing for adaptation. We are getting to see a lot of resources going to mitigation. Why? Because mitigation presents some business opportunities, especially to the developed country partners. They're going to come and sell their renewable energy technologies, and therefore, if you look at the balance between adaptation and mitigation in terms of finance, adaptation is only receiving 25% of total climate finance, and mitigation is receiving 75%. And therefore, as you go back to your countries, we must continue pushing that adaptation must be prioritized at all costs. And let nobody tell us that African governments are not investing in climate change and adaptation. Science is telling us that indeed we are spending 5 to 9% of our GDP for adaptation in Africa, either knowingly or otherwise, because we have no choice but to really cushion our people against this impact. Malawi has to think about building for the communities that are affected by the floods. I'm sure Nigeria now is spending their money trying to save the people who are drowning, and Benin, and so on and so forth. And therefore, we are saying whoever is responsible for climate crisis must lead in the solution. And these are the developed country partners. And let nobody say that we don't have money in this world. We are getting to see countries committing $95 billion for war, for example, and contributing only a tiny droplet for climate response. And therefore, money is there, and 20% of the countries that are responsible for 80% of the emissions control 80% of the global GDP. So there is money, and money should be diverted or moved where it is actually needed most. Ladies and gentlemen, you also understand that most of our economies in Africa are so much dependent on agriculture. But then our agriculture is also dependent on rainfall. Indeed, 95% of our agriculture is rain-fed. And therefore, climate, agriculture is a sector that is so sensitive, 100% sensitive to climate change. And therefore, with climate change, our food is threatened. With climate change, our livelihoods are actually threatened. And we are saying that actually about 34 out of 54 countries, that could have changed maybe in the recent few years, of the countries that are considered LDC, 34 out of 54 are actually LDCs, in Africa. And we are saying our countries are not necessarily rich, we are poor, but we are not poor because we also have natural resources that we can use as bargaining power for us to be able to move forward. But then, what are some of the issues then that we are looking forward to? Ladies and gentlemen, we are saying that the current global financial flows for adaptation is not really commensurate to the magnitude of the challenges we're experiencing. If you look at the adaptation gap report that was released only last year, it indicates that the gap for adaptation is about $387 billion up to 2030. Meaning we need 387 globally billion to finance adaptation every year until 2030. But you know what? We are now negotiating about doubling adaptation finance from 20 billion to 40 billion. That's a big joke. And we are saying the commitments that were given by countries, especially in 2009 at Copenhagen, the 100 billion, which was not based on anything, it was just a political figure, has not been availed. And right now the world is negotiating what we are calling new, collective, and quantified finance goal. And that is why this year, the Conference of Parties, which is going to happen in Azerbaijan, has been named as a COP of climate finance. We must take advantage of this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to keep pushing that we must get enough resources, even to finance our NDCs. We were duped into believing that if we write very ambitious NDCs, then we are going to get resources for implementation. How many countries in Africa were able to receive resources for implementation of NDCs? Most of those NDCs remains, unimplemented because they were largely conditional, meaning the implementation was subject to availability of resources from outside. Africa needs $3 trillion to implement the NDCs. And next year we are revising the NDCs to get version 3 of the NDCs. But if we continue with the trajectory that we have of very little money flowing, then we have a big, big problem. And then the global stocktake that was done, last year, indicated that we are way off the track in meeting the emission, cut targets. And that's a challenge, because we are told for us to avoid reaching 1.5 degree temperature rise, we must cut our emissions by 43%. But the NDCs we have now, the second edition, even if we are to implement them 100%, which is far from possible with the current situation, that one is taking us to a 2.7 degree trajectory. Now, science has told us that if we reach 1.5, the impacts of climate change will be reversible. Forget about it. But now the current indices are taking us to 2.7. So where are we? So we must continue pushing for enhanced ambition, especially from the high emitter countries. And most importantly, financing models for climate change. Why are we getting loans in Africa and it is being recorded as climate change? Hello? If you give me $1 billion US as a loan, you cannot go bragging saying that you have supported climate change. That is business. I'm going to pay you, and with interest. So why are people doing business with the poor? And it doesn't matter whether we are talking of concessional loans or loans that attract interest. And remember, Africa is borrowing at a much higher interest rate than the growth of our GDP. So if you are borrowing at 80%, for example, and your GDP is growing by 4%, how on earth are you going to ensure that you pay your debt? Right now, 65% of our GDP in Africa is going to pay loans. So, and we cannot pay loans that are called climate finance. There can never be loans that are referred to as climate finance. So we must be vigilant. We must keep watching so that we are not taken into a direction that we feel that is not good for us. And even investment in mitigation, investment in renewable energy, even though we are being told the world is investing a lot in that, I can guarantee what is coming to Africa is only 2% of the total amount that is being invested in renewable energy. Mind you, 360 million of us have got no access to energy. And you are saying, if indeed then there is investment in renewable energy, it must come to Africa first. And we must see energy not from mitigation point of view. We must look at energy from adaptation point of view. Our people need energy to cushion their livelihoods. Our farmers need energy to create cooling machines for their vegetables, for their milk. Our people need energy for resilient healthy systems. And therefore, 630 million of us without energy, it is such a big disappointment, and that only 2% is actually coming to Africa for investment in renewable energy. So those are some of the issues that we must really focus on. But, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are three types of justice, and I know you know this because you make laws in the respective parliament. And one of them is distributive justice. And here we actually say that we ask ourselves who should bear the duty of addressing climate change and who should benefit. And it's clear. If you're a high emitter, you have produced a lot of those emissions and you therefore have enough resources, use those resources, at least support adaptation. And we are not saying that we are begging, but we are saying it is the right thing to do. If it is your mess, take care of your mess and support where you need to support. And then we also have retributive justice. And we're saying that those who have actually caused the problem must therefore lead in fixing that problem. I mean, it's just common rule that we should all embrace. And most importantly, procedural justice. Can we give voice to the voiceless? And that is what we try to do as Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance by giving an opportunity for communities, for communities at the front line, for the women groups, for the young people who are suffering in the villages. We raise their voice in such kind of a platform because even starting here, I'm representing them. And we have that role also as parliamentarians because we have also been elected, from the grassroots, to ensure we give them an opportunity for them, to respond to the issues that are affecting the continent. Now, having mentioned that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go into what are the prospects for COP29. Last year, we were in Dubai for COP28. But somebody did ask me, why must we take 28 conferences for us to deal with climate change? And indeed, nothing seems to have happened since COP1. We seem to be moving either backwards or at a very slow pace. And yet we are saying that the world recognizes there's a need to act. Now, I want to take us back in terms of what are the key issues last year, so that you know what we are going to get into as we go to COP29 in Azerbaijan. Number one, this continent has been crying for Africa to be recognized as a region with special needs and circumstances. And our African group of negotiators have done a good job in pushing for this agenda. But I can tell you, this agenda has always been sacrificed as the altar of greed, in the altar of division and fragmentation, and therefore it has never made it to the COP agenda. It has always been discussed within the informals within COP. And this has been happening since COP21 in Paris, where the president, co-president, called for an informal consultation. Every year, there are informal consultations about special circumstances for Africa. And we are saying, we are not just saying this from the blue. If you look at the convention, the UNFCCC convention, Article 4, it is clear that the continent of Africa will continue suffering more, and indeed the impacts that we have are more than any other regions. And therefore, it's a special circumstances region. Indeed, some regions in Africa are warming beyond already 1.5. So what you're saying is that there is data that backs our argument that Africa must be considered as a region with special circumstances. But, ladies and gentlemen, and you'll forgive me, I remember in Madrid in 2019, when we went for COP25, one of the groups that fought the common African position on special needs and circumstances, unfortunately, are the least developed countries groups. And that time, it was under the leadership of one country called Bhutan. But majority of the countries there are in Africa. Majority of the countries in the LDCs are in Africa. But they led in fighting this common African position. And I'm saying we must fight fragmentation. We must really hold even our negotiators to account whenever they go for these negotiations. Why must we fight our common African position? Simply because we're in another grouping in the negotiations. We must fight fragmentation. We really must work together in ensuring we secure a special needs for and circumstances for Africa. And talk about just transition. And the biggest question that people always ask, as we think about just transition, moving from raw or from high carbon investments, from high carbon, engagements to low carbon, somebody did ask me, what is Africa transitioning from? And some people are arguing, you're actually transitioning from darkness to something else. Because if 630 people don't have energy, whether it is dirty or clean, 630 have no energy. And we are saying just transition must therefore be taken, within the context we are operating from. And that it must be graceful, it must be, there must be equity, we must be very fair in terms of how we are transitioning. We must ensure first and foremost our people get energy in the first place, even before you think about anything else. Sometimes when you're negotiating in agriculture, instead of looking at agriculture from adaptation point of view, how we need to support the resilience of our agricultural system, we are hearing some language about methane. And we are being told, now we must look at agriculture from mitigation point of view and how agriculture is contributing to the emissions. Now tell me, how do I tell Maasai community from Tanzania and from Kenya to start cutting down the number of livestock because of methane, when Africa is only contributing about 4% of total greenhouse gases emissions? So we are saying agriculture must be seen from adaptation, and we are saying as we transition, we must look at country circumstances and country different context. And what we're also saying, ladies and gentlemen, that we also need support to implement our nationally determined contributions. In my country, Kenya, I know we committed to reduce our emissions by 32%. But we require more than $60 billion US, out of which you can only commit 13%. The rest was supposed to come from outside. I know we have our members of parliament here, but I'm sure there isn't much really that came from outside. So we are saying, hey, let the higher emitters also support us in implementing our NDCs. In any case, we accepted to do NDCs because we are told that we have to operate from the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. And you remember in the Kyoto Protocol, we were not bound to reduce emissions per se. We had those countries that were bound to do so. But now, we were all put in one basket, that everybody has emissions. But even if a country like Gabon cuts emissions by 55%, if a country like Namibia commits 90%, the much we can do is 4%. So where is the other emission cut going to come from? We must continue pushing for the higher emitters to, first of all, cut the emissions, but also support us to implement our nationally determined contributions. And ladies and gentlemen, we must also ensure that as we continue pushing for a new quantum, because new collective finance goal has a quantum that we are pushing as Africa Group of Negotiators. We are talking about $1.3 trillion US. And therefore, we must back our negotiators that, hey, we must continue pushing that as we go to Baku, in Azerbaijan, we are saying, let's have about 1.3 trillion. And we must continue pushing for that. And this money must come from public sources. Because what you're hearing is that we are not going to look at the private sector investments. We are going to look at domestic resource mobilization. No. We are saying this must not be loans. This must actually come from public sources and from where the emissions are actually coming from. But again, let's also think about what we're calling, a new finance architecture. since the Bretton Woods organization came to be, some countries were not even in existence. For example, South Sudan. So these institutions are quite old, and are they fit for purpose now? So even as we think about what is coming, the Summit of the Future, because next week we are going to New York for the Summit of the Future, we must continue, pushing for a new finance architecture that really is fit for purpose and that responds to the needs of the African people. We must not continue choking this continent from loans and loans that we cannot pay when people owe us debt, and that is climate debt. Should we even think about climate for debt swaps? That is another conversation that we need really to push forward as parliamentarians. Can we say, hey, you owe some debt, climate debt, and it is true. Nobody can dispute that. We also owe you some debt. How can we negotiate, to see how we can swap this? And these are opportunities that we must continue, pushing forward as members of this great continent. And I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, because of time, as we move on, I want to mention that before COP, there are various engagements within the continent that help us to build our position going to COP. One of them happened last week. We were in Abidjan for a major conference we call Climate Change and Development for Africa Conference, which normally co-organized with African Union, UNECA, but also with the AFDB. And that was one of its kind conference because we were looking at financing adaptation. But again, it was happening back to back with Africa Ministerial Conference on Environment in Dakar, the same venue. And I want to mention this, ladies and gentlemen, within that particular CCDA, which really actually supported, the climate agenda for AMSEN, we had a meeting for the parliamentarians. Some of you, I know Honorable Barakat was also in that particular meeting, and several other parliamentarians from this parliament, they had a convening. And within that convening, there are some key messages that came from that, because the focus was on enhancing, policy and legislative effectiveness, on climate, change, particularly focusing on parliamentarians. And parliamentarians agreed on a number of things here, which I would also implore you to think about carrying forward. And one of them was a call on elevation of role of parliamentarians in maintaining judicious oversight on the process of implementation of climate action and influencing global policy processes. And I think I heard the President indicating that in his opening remarks, that we must enhance our role in making sure that we track for accountability. And we start by inward looking. Look at the executive and how much are they investing in climate. But beyond that, how can we continue holding our counterparts from the north to account? And number two, we're actually saying that we must also lead in terms of formulating policies and policies that will support implementation of locally led actions. Kenya has a typical example of a program we call FROCA, Financing Locally Led Climate Action. And it's such a beautiful program that money comes, to the Treasury. World Bank is putting some money there. Other donors are now putting money, including the government of Netherlands, Denmark, and the others. And that money cannot be utilized by the national government. It goes all the way to the counties, which is a subnational jurisdiction in Kenya, and then all the way to what we call the ward, the lowest unit within the county, where we have ward committees that determine how that money is going to be used. A brilliant project, a brilliant initiative that I think we can also be able to borrow as other countries, and we can be able to move forward. Kenya is willing to share those particular stories so that we can be able to move. But you have a role in ensuring that climate policies are well articulated and they are well aligned in your countries in readiness, for supporting implementation of climate actions. But again, we are saying the global stock-take is clear. We are way off the track in financing. We are way off the track in cutting the emissions. Can we give force to our negotiators to ensure that they push the governments in the north? But again, we should also, or the parliamentarians also agreed, they must play a critical role in ensuring we also safeguard our resources. We are not going empty-handed in negotiating, but we have resources. Can I tell you, without the critical minerals from Africa, there's no transition in the world. Never, there can't be, without our critical minerals. But how are we safeguarding our critical minerals? And I'm talking about critical minerals like cobalt. I'm talking about other critical minerals in other regions. If, for example, DRC works very closely with Zambia, for example, where DRC is producing lithium, Zambia is producing copper, could be this is already happening. I'm told we can reduce the price of batteries by about 30%. And I'm saying, as there is that craze in terms of, or that haste in terms of exploitation of our critical minerals, can we be able to safeguard our natural resources and so that we can be able to move? So therefore, that's what the parliamentarians agreed. But then in terms of the full outcome of that convening, we are saying that we have to continue pushing for special needs and circumstances for Africa, but we're also saying that climate change must not be seen as an environmental issue. In fact, I don't know why climate change is still within the ministries of environment in our countries. It is an environmental issue. It's an energy issue. It's a gender issue. It is a health issue. It is an agriculture issue, and therefore it's a development issue, and it must be seen as such. And then, of course, we're saying that we must continue, pushing for resources that are accessible, because even the current climate finance that is there in the globe, climate finance is not enough. I mean, it's not accessible. Go to GCF. There are some countries in Africa who have never accessed, not even $1 from the Green Climate Fund. So why make modalities so difficult for people to access climate finance? So we are saying we must continue pushing these institutions, and they must not continue giving loans. Why is GCF on earth giving loans and call it climate finance? So these are some of the issues that we must actually, push. And number 3, I also want to mention that we also agreed that we need to look at interlinkages between climate and other sectors like health, because health really has a dimension on climate change. And again, we are saying that we must continue, of course, pushing for adaptation being the biggest priority for the continent of Africa. And therefore, as we go to COP29, ladies and gentlemen, like I've mentioned, number 1, pushing for finalization of the goal of climate finance. Number 2 is ensuring that the adaptation agenda is given prominence that it requires. Number 3, we are saying that we must continue sustaining, push to ensure that we have resources to implement our NDCs. But again, we're also saying that we must finalize the goal on adaptation. We have a temperature goal, we have a mitigation goal, but we have always negotiated what we're calling global goal for adaptation, which we don't have at the moment, and which we hope that indicators can be agreed on as we go to a COP. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think I've mentioned most of the other points I have here within my presentation, but just to say thank you so very much, and may God bless Africa, may God bless us all.
Thank you, asante sana, muito obrigado. Shukran. Maybe another round of applause for the presentation. And I keep reminding you that all we are doing is to get the state of affairs of everything, so that when you go to committees, we have the current state of affairs of everything. So we now move to energy, which is a big issue. Energy security needs. Yeah. Energy security needs. Is it? Okay. Oh, I'm told this one is not available, so we move to Africa CDC and Africa CDC.
Well, good afternoon. I thought health is like Wi-Fi. If you don't have access to Wi-Fi, you cannot get connected to internet. So if you don't have health, you will not be able to be functioning. So I thought we should start with health. But let me see this opportunity, Your Excellency, to bring you a warm greeting from your brother, Dr. Jane Kasia, the Director General of the Africa CDC, and he asked me to read this. And he said, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the leadership of Pan-Africa Parliament for your unwavering commitment and tireless effort in advancing the African Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, especially the Africa CDC also like to congratulate you, Your Excellency, Fortune Charumbira, for your visionary leaderships and unwavering commitments and for being a strong voice in shaping a brighter future for Africa. And we are deeply, deeply gratitude for your invitation to Africa CDC, for your continuous support, your collaborations and partnership to the work of the Africa CDC. Distinguished honorable parliamentarians from all continents, it's a privilege that I will have a rare privilege on behalf of the Africa CDC to share with you some of advancements on how to keep 1.4 billion people in our continent healthy. Director General supposed to be here, but because of the ongoing mpox situation in our continent, he chose to visit the most affected country in our continent for supervisions, for providing the guidance, for providing the solidarity with the most affected country. This morning is in Burundi, the second most affected country when it comes to mpox. So I have two parts. I know most of you would like to know about where we are in terms of mpox. But first, allow me to share with you what your Africa CDC is doing to protect the health of 1.4 billion people in our continent. I'm going to share with you the new public health order. It is an Africa vision for preparing the Africa for future pandemics and responding to health threats. Why Africa needs a new public health orders? So we all know the existing global mechanisms, the existing global policies, and also the interventions have consistently, and I have to emphasize, consistently failed in addressing Africa health security priorities. Recently, we all experienced the COVID-19. We learned some very, very, very painful lessons. We also learned the mpox in 2022, and we are currently in the middle of responding to mpox. We have learned some lessons also in how the world reacted and responded. Some of you, they still recall 2013, 2014, 3 African countries reported Ebola. The new public health order need to have a fundamental paradigm shift towards an equitable and just public health landscape through a new way on how Africa should address its health challenges. Also, for Africa to take control of its health security through a strong local leadership, through innovations, investment in public health infrastructure. Aim to ensure adequate health systems do exist before the crisis, remain resilient during and post-crisis. Also plan to realize this through emphasis, and some of those were mentioned by the previous colleagues. 5C is a unique vision on how to turn things around in our continent. And one of them is we cannot have a sustainable health security agenda without engaging our community, and that's for facts. We cannot have a good health in our continent without having connectivity. and connectivity through digital health tools, through capacity buildings, most importantly, through collaborations. And you may wonder why health expert, why Pan-Africa Parliament has to insist to invite Africa CDC, a public health agency, to this meeting. And I will tell you why. Because you have a very, very significant role to play. If you're not going to play your role, you are letting your continent down. The people that you are representing here, they need to be healthy. In addition, the climate that has been well articulated, and this is the vision of new public health order for Africa has 5 pillars. I will talk very, very briefly. I know it's very late in the afternoons, but we will not have the health security agenda in our continent unless we strengthen the public health institutions. We encourage each country in our continent to have a functional, operational, national public health institute. It's not optional for us to be able to be well prepared. Number 2, we need to expand our local manufacturing to vaccine, to diagnostic, to therapeutics, and also to the medical supplies. Our director generals consistently saying this is the second independence for the African continent. If we don't have ability to manufacture our own vaccines, if we're not going to have an ability to manufacture our own diagnostics and supplies, simply Africa don't have health security. Number 3 is the strengthening the public health work. And it's not a secret that we cannot have a good public health unless we have well-trained public health workforce. Not only just doctors, not only just public health, but all the way to community health workers. We need to have a respectful, action-oriented partnership. It's starting from Pan-Africa Parliament. We need to work together. We also need to increase domestic health financings. A good example is Abuja declarations. Honorables, member of the parliament, something that's important are our health. We cannot rely, and I have to emphasize the word rely in English, that in other people to finance our health security. We are not healthy, we will not function. And we have seen it during the COVID. A small virus that we could not have seen it has destroyed our economy, has closed the school, including this magnificent Pan-Africa was also closed. That's the significance that health is a major issue that we need to, cannot be ignored. But in brief, for the preparation of our continent, based on all those lessons learned, Africa CDC has put a 5-year strategy based on the realities, based on what is missing, and most importantly, put those lessons learned into the realities so we can address our health security. And one of those is, already I spoke about it, the need for the national public health institution in our continent. Number 2, our surveillance and early warning system is a critical issue. And one of the drivers of the ongoing mpox is a cross-border surveillance. It's a cross-border movement. Number 2, we need to have also the emergency preparedness and response teams We need to have a laboratory capacity. And it's significant. And I will come back to it in our response to the mpox, that's our testing capacity is below 50. Thank God for the last 2 weeks, because of the Director General's ability to mobilize the sequencings, the testing capacity has moved at least to 52%, which is the good news. This is just a snapshot of our health security in our continent at any given times. Every year we report from 100 to 160 health events. Every week our continent reported 27 health events in multiple countries. Every week we have new 3 health events that are being detected. So our health security is very, very busy, and we cannot afford to ignore it. And that's why this strategy has addressed those gaps that we learned during the COVID. We are learning now also during the mpox, and we are learning during the Ebola. And those is we need to strengthen the integrated health systems, including the vaccination. We need to build a proactive surveillance system. Number 3, we need to ensure robust emergency preparedness and response capability for all the public health emergencies. Number 4, we need to strengthen the National Public Health Institute. Not just having it, it has to be functional, equipped with the minimum that they need. Expanded the clinical public health laboratory systems. Number 6, expands health products and technology, innovations and manufacturing. I spoke already about those. But ladies and gentlemen, I know you want to hear about the mpox. And I will dedicate the next few minutes on the slide to that particular one. And you look into the first lines, and I'm looking straight into Honorable Patrick for the question that he raised. Not only just the strategies and vision, but what have we done with those strategies? Honorable Patrick, on 13 August 2024, the Director General of the Africa CDC, His Excellency Dr. Jane Cassie, declared that the mpox outbreak, a public health emergency, continental security. This is a huge progress. This is historic. This is the first time in our continent that we had that ability to decide when to declare and how to declare it and what information we need. The next paragraphs on 14 August 2024, the Director General of the World Health Organization declared that mpox as a public health emergency of international concern. This sequencing is significant. It's significant when the Director General of the Africa CDC, as a premier health of our continent, spoke on our health issues and declared the world has listened and they took note. The good news, they align to what the Africa CDC said for the Africa continent. That's a proud movement. And this is just one step toward our independence from our public health. I'm proud to be part of it, and you should be part of it, proud, because that status that has given the Africa CDC the ability to declare a public health emergency of continental security, it was granted in 2022 by the head of the state, all the head of the state represented here. Mr. President, the Director General asked me to inform you that thank you. And if you have an opportunity to meet all the heads of state, you tell them there's the autonomy of the Africa CDC that you granted in 2022 is working. The bullet number 3 is that mpox cases in Africa have surged due to increased human-to-human transmissions and also compounded with insufficient response capacities. We have experienced key challenges, and some of those is including the weak surveillance, number 2, limited laboratory capacity, infection prevention practice, public health awareness, lack of community engagement, and also lack of the vaccines and treatment. Bullet number 4, we need consultations and communication between all the health partners to work as a one team between Africa CDC, World Health Organization, and all the partners to lead to the establishment of one team, one report, one budget, one monitoring and evaluation and framework. And again, this is the first time ever that a continent declared its health and they took the charge of it. And this is possible because of all your support. As currently, this is where we are in terms of the mpox. Mpox is a continental threat. Our continent, once again, is at war with this virus. If you look into the screen, you see EP week 1, 2022, to EP week 36, 2024. So this is the period from January 2022 to September 2024. So cumulatively, from that period, about 47,213 cases reported in our continent. All the 5 African Union regions, from south to north to central to east, were affected. It has 2 clades that we already been laboratory diagnosed, and some of those there is also a subclade. If you look into the clade 1, you see all the green in the maps. Most of the Central Africa regions, they are reporting clade 1. Central Africa Republic, Congo, DRC, Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Sudan, Uganda, at some point. If you look into the red one, clade 2, mostly dominated in West Africa and South Africa in particular, where we are. It's reported in Benin, Ghana, Mozambique, Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia. We also have a mix of the clade 1 and clade 2. As of now, it's only in Cameroon. We're still following the sequencing result pending for Guinea and Gabon. If you look into the trends, the green line, the bottom one, is 2022. Africa reported 7,146 cases. If you look into the orange line, the middle one, 2023, Africa reported 13,173 cases. The red on the top, this is 2024. Africa has reported 26,899. You can observe from 2022 to 2023, the number of the reported cases of the mpox increased by 84%. And also, if you look into 2023 to 2024, the number of the reported cases also increased by 104%. If you look from 2022 to 2024, it's about more than 200 increasement. It's a real threat, and we need not to ignore it. Since January 20, we have seen also cases in 2024 compared to 2023 that's already done. We have seen all the regions, like I said, it all been affected. You see, the Central Africa is the most affected region as of now, and particularly the DRC and Burundi. They are the one driving the outbreaks. In Eastern Africa, we have 1,644 cases, of which 20 of them were confirmed. Good news is no death. But in Central Africa, we reported 720 deaths. This is not just the number. These are the people we name, and we should be very concerned. Southern Africa, we have 25 cases confirmed this year, 3 deaths. Western Africa, about 1,245 cases, of which 112 were confirmed. Unfortunately, also we reported 1 death. Northern Africa is 1 confirmed case and no death so far reported. So you see this week and the last week, the trend of 35, you see the line is just going up. And that means there has been an upward trend in the number of the mpox cases reported since week 18 of the May 2024. New cases reported in the epic week 36, which is last week, is 484 cases. Among them, 99 confirmed cases and 0 death. Honorable Patrick, this 0 death, it came because there was intervention. Since the announcements of the outbreak on August 13, Africa CDC, World Health Organization, the member states themselves, we run in and we study why people are dying. There was a couple of those. One, there was a stigma for those who get infected, they don't want to go to the healthcare facility. There was a lack of awareness in community health workers. There was also the doctors that were not trained. This is not a disease that is happening every single day. But for that period, all these are being turning. And that's why you see the cases are up, but the deaths are going down, because the response is well coordinated to address some of the gaps that were seen. And this is the good news. As of now, we have 26,899 cases, 5,829 confirmed cases, in total, 724 deaths. This is very busy slide, but it's telling us about the need for strengthening the laboratory capacity. His Excellent Director General was in DRC, he was also in Burundi, he was also in Central Africa. He took with him some of the sequencing machine to increase the laboratory capacity. This slide, because of the leadership and the trust that was given to Africa CDC by the head of the state, the unique mandate has managed to bring all the health partners on the continent into one place. Today, we have one team. We have one continental incident management support team. It's currently based in epicenters in Kinshasa. We have one plan, we have one budget, we have one monitoring and evaluations. And we have, for the very, very first time, we have one response plan for 6 months, from September to February 2025. The overall goal of that strategy is to stop the transmission of the mpox virus in the affected member state, Number two, support preparedness in all the countries and prevent the spread to the non-affected member state through continental and coordinated approach. This strategy, the ample continental preparedness and response plan for Africa emphasized, one, community centers is about people. We will not succeed unless we have some of the MP starting from the PAN to be champion, to engage your community, show the leadership, tell them, protect them. Well-coordinated multi-sectoral and differentiated approaches has been adopted. Also to strengthening the surveillance, to strengthen the laboratory testing, engage community, ensure availability of critical countermeasures and build resilient and equitable health system. This strategy is $600 million US. That's what the Africa need for stopping the transmission of the mpox. As of now, there's a significant work that took place, funding that secured initially from your African unions, about $10 million US approved by the AU PRC. We have 10 million domestically from the DRC alone toward this strategy. And this is a good example that we must sponsor our health security. Also, we need to strengthen the surveillance and laboratory testing capacity in the member state. Africa CDC has mobilized, and also there is a goodwill from the partners. A good example that 200 doses arrive in DRC. We have 50,000 doses also of the vaccines through the donation of the US government arrive also in DRC. We have 15,000 doses from Gavi also arrive in DRC. We have 10,000 doses arrive in Nigeria also through our bilateral. We need to have mpox research coordination. There's so many unknown we need to understand, and our team are working on it. So to date, it is the first time, like I said, the agencies are using one continental coordinated team, response plan, budget monitoring, and evaluation frameworks. Africa CDC is coordinating with all the partners and should list the mpox testing solutions. Africa CDC delivers sequencing equipment to most priority countries, Burundi and DRC. So, honorable member of the Pan-Africa Parliament, we have few each call to each and every one of you collectively. The current mpox situation is alarming. With 26,544 cases, 5,732 confirmed, and 724 deaths. PAPs and all the key stakeholders are urged to support countries to mobilize the necessary resources to strengthening their surveillance, screening at the point of the entry, awareness and vaccination campaign. We need international solidarity and support to contain the outbreaks, an estimated $600 million US, in which also we need 10 million vaccine doses by December 2025 to be able to contain that the mpox. Last, since we are here in Midrand, the home of none other than Nelson Mandela, I need to end with these beautiful quotations. And I read, "Sometime it falls upon a generation to be great. You can be that great generation, and let your greatness blossom." Honorable, this is an important moment in our history. It's historical milestones, and also it is timely. For this generation, your generation, from politicians to doctors to in all of us, to get it right. Our next generation, they will never have an idea that there was a COVID-19 that has shut down the whole world. They will not have an idea that there is an mpox. They will not have ideas that there is an Ebola. For them, from next 10 years, they're going to be just this number of people die. According to the World Health Organization, it says 7 million people have died of COVID. For you and I, they are not just numbers, they are the people with the names, and we know them. If those not going to move us to work together to build the resilient health security agenda that our continent needs, this story will not be kind to all of us, yourself included. We need to work together with urgency and resiliency to build the health security agenda that our 1.4 billion people in our continent deserve and desire and need. Leaving one behind is not an option. Thank you, and thanks again to the President for always inviting the Africa CDC, because he clearly understood health is necessary and it's a cross-cutting. Thank you, and have a beautiful afternoon.
Thank you. Before you leave the stage, I know members may raise the question. In 1 minute, is COVID over? Just in 1 minute, do we still have COVID?
We share, I know it's a very, very important. COVID is not over, but there are some, but it's not severe as it used to be. People are still exposed to it, but with the mild symptoms. You may not even go to the hospital. It's like maybe a common cold. But nevertheless, our guidance as an institution, we always need to take the public health measures. You need to wash your hands. You need to wash whatever you are eating, because it's necessary. If you experience any flu symptom please go to the nearest health facility so you will be tested and they will know what do you have. Thank you, Chair.
Before you leave again, we hear of another vaccine, like in America, something, an additional vaccine. What is your comment?
Well, that could be true. The viruses are mutating, and that's what our fear was, even with mpox. We need to contain it as quickly as possible so we don't have to give chance to the virus to do the mutation to change, because when it changes, it may not be responding to the existing treatment. It may not be responding to the existing vaccines. So those are the challenges. And that's why we urge all of us to do whatever it takes to ensure that we contain these mpox. Let's not give again an opportunity to mutate, to come up with another clade that may be more severe, that will be more transmissible between the people, that may not even be responding to the treatment that we are giving. That's the challenge the public health have in dealing with viruses. I think I will come back a minute though.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, I think this brings us to the end of the presentations for today. Like the CDC director who is in Burundi, Commissioner Bankore is texting me. We are sharing messages, but he's gone to West Africa, sent by the chairperson of the AUC because of conflicts in that region. Is for today totally unavailable. He said tomorrow, said no, tomorrow, unfortunately, we are not in this chamber for plenary. Honorable members, if there are areas for clarification from all the presentations, this is the time. Yes, I'll come to Honorable Victoria.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. President.
Let me say, because if you look at the time, it's about 18 minutes to 5. It would be good that by 5:15 we have left. So let's prepare our questions with clarity and sanctity. No need to stand up and lecture. Just ask your question within 1-2 minutes. In fact, 3 minutes is even too much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the question I have is a very simple one. I want the presenter, Ms. Boto, I believe it's Ms. Boto, to clarify how NEPAD and AODA are working together to raise funds to carry out flagship projects for the continent. How are they working together? What is the level of progress? Because when NEPAD come, Mr. President, we were all celebrating. But how is NEPAD, creating finance different from how our countries are doing it? What are they doing to create finance? Are they just taking loans and giving it back to other countries, or just taking loans to carry out projects so that other countries will pay? That type of explanation will help us, really. Thank you.
Honorable Victoria.
And thank you, Your Excellency, and allow me to thank all the presenters. My question goes to the last presenter, the CDC coordinator. Where are we on malaria? Because apart from the COVID, other diseases, malaria is one of the diseases which is killing most of Africa. I hear there was a vaccine, so where are we? Is the vaccine effective? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you for being very brief. This is very good today. Honorable Woodcock.
Thank you very much. My question is for the last presenter, especially in regards to rural and underserved areas. My question is, what strategies are being implemented across African countries to improve mpox surveillance and containment, like I say, especially in the rural and underserved areas? Thank you.
Thank you for being brief. Honorable Fagnon.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a proposal concerning the first presentation made by the director, who reaffirmed what we're expecting, namely the taking into account of PAP in implementing Agenda 2063 of this second decade. Since we are speaking the same language, it will be necessary to discuss the issue of a roadmap, action plan, and budget in order to enable us to do this implementation. Mr. President, the presentation of the theme on climate change talked about COP29 as an objective for Africa. I'd like to recall that since 2015 in Paris, some commitments were taken and have never been respected. I'd like to reaffirm the position of my country to COP27, when in Egypt, my country supported denounced the fact that pollutant countries did not keep their promise of providing $100 billion per year in order to fund programs of adapting to climate change. In terms of objective, I'd like to suggest that Africa together should defend this position and oblige polluters to commit. Mr. President, I'd like to draw their attention on the need that our country should adopt model laws. And I'd like to congratulate you for having emulated the example. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable, there are two hands, eh? That's Zulu. Menyan Zulu, eh?
Yes, Mr.
Whenever
President.
Menyan Zulu, okay.
Thank you. Mr. President, I think this question goes to the presenter on climate change. You have spoken now on a very important issues. Now, looking at this is sort of like a plenary, and we're going to be having our committee meetings starting from tomorrow. Is it possible that our presenter present himself before the committee so that we interrogate this report? In a sense that we have been talking about this issue for so many years. We have moved from 2015 to today, 2001 should I say, to today. What is it that we are doing? So we need our gentleman, our presenter, to come through so that at a certain point, Mr. President, I'll need your parliament and the parliament of EU to sit down and discuss this, because we cannot just be going to that multitude COP, whatever it is. There's no proper discussion. We need to have an honest discussion between African Parliament and EU, because they are the most polluters of green gases. So my prayer is that can we have this very serious conversation before we this issue of just discussing and we're not coming up with a solution. My prayer is that can we have a discussion any day this week so that you can arrange now African Parliament and EU Parliament, we sit down and sort out this problem. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Maybe before I move, this one I can quickly respond. The objective is to provoke, first of all, to share the current status of issues on the continent, which is what we are doing. So that when you go to committees, you go and interrogate them deeper. So that when we meet in November, we then resolve and make resolutions for action. And then these people that are presenting, I believe 90% of them have requested to be around for the whole week. So committees can make appointments through the office of the clerk, Mr. Gali, and say our committee needs that presenter to come to our committee tomorrow, Wednesday or Thursday. That is in order. That is in order. And I believe the director also from the AU is not leaving until Friday when we finish. She will be around. You can ask her to come to a committee. Everybody, even in CDC, they are around. Even in Paja, the climate change, they're all around. And we ask them to be around for committees. So please invite them to your committees. Yes. Yeah, just there.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My question goes to the CDC coordinator. How factual is it that we don't have any reported cases of mpox in Zambia when we are sharing borders with DRC and quite close to Burundi? Mr. President, I thank you.
Brief, thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question goes to the last presenter. I want to ask him about the mpox. Like in Kenya, we are really experiencing mpox, and we've even closed our borders. And we have to incur a lot of money. So my question is, what is the best prevention of that disease? Thank you.
Thank you. Over here, Madam Honorable Mariam. I'll come over.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. I have several questions. The first is, what's the mechanism of reviewing Agenda 2063, which is an agenda that was spread over a period of 50 years, and especially when we know the importance of digital transformation in the world right now and the place that Frankfurt occupies. The second question is, what's the role played that the African Union gives to the civil society in implementing Agenda 2063, and what is the extent of ownership taken by this civil society in Agenda 2063? In my country, this is not very common. My third question, I also ask myself this question: what is the level of ownership by our heads of state of Agenda 2063? When we look at the heads of state, when they receive guests, we see the flags of their countries, the flag of their regional committee, but we don't see the flag of the African Union. So how do they take ownership of African Union at this level? And finally, Mr. President, I'd like to make a proposal. If we really want to achieve results, I expected from the presentation, but I didn't get it. What are the priorities that the African Union place? Because we have 7 aspirations. Our states do not have the budget to fund these aspirations at the same time. And if we want to succeed, we need to plan so that there should be a synergy from each of the states so that we can achieve result. We need to plan. Thank you. Out of time.
Thank you. There was a hand before Senator Tuktuki. There is someone in front. Then I come. Hello. Yes. I can't see who the person. Oh, so it's Dr. Bettini. Then go there. Then now there was Tuki.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think the questions are overlapping. I would like, as regards Agenda 2063, for the next decade, because when we define an agenda, it has to be followed by an action plan, a budget, a dashboard, and a monitoring and evaluation system. Until now, all the presentations that we have at PAP do not really situate us at the execution level with regard to Agenda 2063. That's a concern that was expressed earlier, and I'd like to emphasize it because it is important. As regards Africa CDC, we realize that in Africa, when we have health issues, it's the other institutions from other countries, other developed countries that come to the rescue. The initiative taken by Africa CDC is important. My question is that, does Africa CDC have an action plan to enable us to intervene in case of epidemics? Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, honorable colleagues. Time is fast spent, and some of the questions are really overlapping. Let me start by thanking the presenter who made comments on the Agenda 2063. And without going back to the lecture, it's important to focus on the flagship. The flagship you mentioned, or we found out from your presentation, included integrated high-speed train network, Grand Inga Dam Project, African Continental Free Trade Area, Pan-African Virtual and E-University, Single African Air Transport Market, Free Movement of Persons and African Passport, Silencing the Guns by 2020, African Space Policy and Strategy, among others. Madam Presenter, you will agree with me that such agenda was set also by EU when they came up in 1957. And it was just 6 years after them that Organization of African Union came on board, though we transitioned into AU in 2001, 2002. But if you look at all the agenda they set for themselves, they've been able to achieve that, and there's a record that shows that they have enjoyed over 100 years now. They have enjoyed about 57 years of peace, which was one of the things they established for themselves, freedom of movement of their citizens, even simple as something as small as telephone and digital, uniformity within the region. For us, we have spent 10 years out of the 50 years which is supposed to be 1/5 of the period we set out to achieve our target. At least there should be a measurable outcome within these areas mentioned, this flagship.
Give you are out of time, but 1 minute more.
Honestly, we need too many topics for one day. How do you envision the African Credit Rating Agency functioning to provide fair and equitable credit assessment for African countries? What will be its key criteria, and how could this enhance access to financing the Agenda 2063? The next question is, what innovative financing strategies would you propose to address the financing gaps which you also observe for Agenda 2063 project, especially for infrastructure and social indicators like poverty reduction and education? Also, in the light of the importance of data for tracking performance against Agenda 2063 targets, how can the AU ensure better data collection mechanism across member states? Should there be a continent-wide digital initiative that aligns with national statistics offices to streamline data collection and reporting? And also, on the Pan-African Research Bureau, given the gaps in data for decision-making, could you propose a setup of Pan-African Research Bureau that centralizes data collection and provides reliable metrics to guide these policies that we run with? How would this bureau work with AU bodies and national government to drive evidence-based policy making for Agenda 2063? Like, for example, in my country, we have what we call National Bureau for Statistics. Thank you very much as you attend to this question.
Thank you, Senator Stuki.
Thank you, Honorable President and honorable colleagues. Firstly, I'd like to thank all the presenters who presented. Those were very insightful. But before I ask my question, I'd like to raise a complaint. May all the presenters going forward in future please improve the font, because it is so strenuous for me, and I know that for some of my colleagues. And my question is, we'll go to the CDC coordinator. It has come to my attention that most countries or lab practitioners do not understand the difference between the National Health Public Institute and the Public Health Laboratory. What steps is CDC doing to equip them so that they understand? And my next question is, which should come first? Is it the institute or the laboratory? I thank you.
Yes. Cape Verde.
Obrigada, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, Honorable President. My first question is regarding climate change. As Cape Verde, there are several African countries which are party to the small island countries, small, poor island countries, and which have been having different treatment regarding resources to fight climate change. We know, Honorable President, that these small countries, who usually are islands, suffer most of the consequences of climate change, even though the countries which are not very developed don't have a major impact on climate change, but most of the consequences are suffered by the peoples of these countries. So we want to know, what is the African Union doing to ensure that in the second decade of the 2063 agenda implementation, there will be special attention to these countries, and this is an old request. This special attention we also request in the implementation of the agenda itself. For instance, when we talk of transport, we refer to the continental countries is they can build roads that cross several countries. But when we talk of islands, there's no such possibility. So there's need for larger resources for that islands and small island countries to be connected to the continent through the sea or through air. So want to know what is the African Union doing to ensure that these countries are not left behind in the implementation of the 2063 agenda. Thank you, Honorable President.
Gado, I don't see any hand in this section. I go to Honorable Mugatana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two quick ones. On the first presenter, Mr. President, on the second 10-year implementation plan, I was very touched by the example that she gave of a child that got burnt. I think it's relevant even in my own tribe. I was just wondering whether it is possible in terms of domestication for them or this parliament to develop a motion or a document in a summarized format that is the same in all languages so that we can go back with that document and be able to debate it for domestication in our various parliaments. So if that can be done, we'll make a first contribution towards Agenda 63. The second and final question I wanted to ask is to the climate change people. That presentation, Your Excellency, Mr. President, talked about negotiators at the African level. What he didn't tell us is whether they have a common position. He only complained that there is a division between the African negotiators and the LDCs. So can he elaborate to us what is the agenda for the African negotiator? Is there a common agenda? And if so, can he highlight a few of them so that some of us who maybe understand a bit about the climate change things, we can take and be able to talk to people that this is the position Africa has. Unfortunately,
Thank you. Is that Professor?
Chair, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I thank the presenters. Mine is just a suggestion. I'm glad that the presenters are going to be around for the next few days, and we need to get as much as possible from them. May I suggest that when they come to the committees, they tease out what is relevant only to that committee, because we know we have not taken 50% of the long lectures that we have had. But if they can tease just what is relevant to the committee, especially on this Agenda 2063 going forward, we can digest that as committees. That is my suggestion.
Sorry, where? Yes, Idris, Honorable Idris.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Allow me to thank to the presentators. And I have two questions, one about the two first presentators. I want to say about the Agenda 2063, we move like decade by decade. And during the first decade, I believe that some targets have been set. And now we complete this decade. I would like to ask to the presenter, did he make an evaluation to see what action have been done and what action need to be done for the next decade? Or we just move like the example, about the African Union theme. Every year we choose one theme, but either we reach some target, we just leave. I give you one example about the war in Africa. I see that the war in Africa, the term have been said in 2021. He said that to silence the guns in Africa. But where we are now, about the war in Africa, look the case of Sudan. Even we look for the ceasefire, but it's still, unfortunately, no ceasefire, and we leave our brothers and sisters in Africa dying every day. This is my first question. If we can move like the every time, decade by decade, without reach the target, how can we build Africa we want, with Agenda 2063? This is my first question. And the second one is about, I want to ask the question.
Yeah, 1 minute more.
Africa CDC presenter, he said, he tell us we must play our role. Yes, of course, we must play our role, but unfortunately we are limited. Can you tell us, please, without our legislative power and without adequate budget, can we play our role? This is my question. Thank you.
I think we are closing.
Your Excellency.
Yes, behind the Honorable Patrick.
My hand was up long time.
Sorry? Okay, take the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Very short. My first question will be on climate change. The presenter made mention of mitigation to adaptation. What are the interests of our local farmers, the local tree growers? What benefit are they going to get in the adaptation? The other one is on COP29. Since its inception, what are the benefits of us? What do we gain from climate summits that we have been attending?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, mine is about on how we are going to progress. And you have said here we are receiving information, which is very, very important. Back home, the information we receive as members of parliament come from government. And we deal with those reports from government. What we've received here, Mr. President, are just a few of the agencies of the AU. Can we, as committees, as we go to our respective committees, can we have an assumption? Because, to be honest, what we've received here is not sufficient to deal with AU, and we have something to talk about as members of parliament. Can we be moved here that these that are available can request those other agencies, either by Zoom or by attendance, come and attend to these committees. They tell us about what is going on in education. They tell us what is going on in gender and humanitarian affairs. We have so many things, Mr. President, you are grappling with in our respective countries. I want to hear somebody who is dealing with human rights at AU from when I am coming from Uganda. Now, are we having that chance as we descend to committees that these AU people can respond to us in the respective committees so that when we prepare reports that we can present in November, when we return in plenary, the reports are credible, not just hearsay or matters that they came here with. President, for me, it's about making us relevant under this. For example, I want to hear, Mr. President, of the budget of AU that was projected in 10 years, how much of it has been achieved? I want to hear of the projects that have been, that were planned by AU, how much of it, Mr. President? Then this parliament will have meaning. We will have meaning to say
or we go back home, we talk about AU, we talk about African Union, we talk about Pan-African Parliament with some bit of information, especially about progress. Mr. President, we can only get progress if our committees are given the proper information. If they cannot get the proper information from AU, we will just continue lamenting here and we talk and we end it there. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I believe this is the last contribution. I wanted to comment quickly. You have actually summarized the day. If I were to call my director of the bureau to say something, and the clerk, what you are saying is correct. We want every commissioner to be here to assist committees, to share with committees. I tell you, PAP is always the least priority in Addis. The moment they have something, no, we are going this way, they don't say, no, this is Parliament. Let's suspend everything else. So Commissioner for Health, Commissioner for Agriculture, Commissioner for everything, everybody's invited. We write in good time. Some of them look like they are coming. When we ask last Friday, confirm. Some are dodging. Until yesterday, it was causing, because last night, the clerk was calling some of them. Please, if you can't come, can we even have virtual? Then there are those, okay, virtual. Yes. Others, sorry, I'm flying. And this New York thing, it hasn't even started. But I want to say the excitement of traveling. Some of them really can't come to job again. Then they want to go to New York only. And this is true. So let's keep reminding them that they need to be accountable. And to be accountable means coming to the Parliament. The director, I know she should be sharing in the corridors and saying in the restaurants that I think the mood at PAP is that we are not doing the right thing in Addis. When PAP is sitting, let's all descend to Joburg, sit with committees for 5 days, and share issues. Then there will be harmony and will reduce fragmentation in the EU. But everybody was invited. But these are the only ones that have been able to attend. But you have a very reasonable, legitimate point. But let's keep fighting as Pan-African Parliament. Yes. We are done, eh? Yes. Now, presenters, when you respond, we don't want part 2 of the presentation. We are giving 3 minutes each. Go only to points and say this one, 1 + 1, 2, 2 + 2, 4. Yes. Don't say if you divide and add and subtract, no, just be to the point. Director, you'll be the first.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will try to rush through in a very high-level response. The first being the misaligned expectations that I sense from the plenary, to say that in my presentation, I had stated as a hindrance poor awareness of key policy organ decisions and instruments. One of them being the evaluation report of the first 10-year implementation plan. We were sharing specific results before the adoption of the second 10-year implementation plan as one thing of saying what is our current reality and what would inform the future in the second decade. So we might have misguided ourselves that members are privy to the specifics of results to say, when I said Agenda 2063 performed at 12%, there's a full report that shows specific of what was measured, and what each measurement performed. So the solution point is that Madam Clerk will share that full report, and we apologize for that misalignment in expectation. So therefore, my pitch was rather on the futuristic to say, having performed as low as we have, how are we penning up to improve in the second 10 year? So we're more in the windscreen as opposed to the rear mirror. We apologize for that, and the full report will answer most of the questions. The other aspect of maybe low apprehension of the instruments would be the responsibility of the organs under AU, a suggestion around Pan-African Research Bureau. We are already having many institutions that focus on statistics. That has freaked PenStat, that the reforms is already proposing that they be merged. So that reality is taken care of somewhere, and we believe that if the mandate is not pursued fully, that's why we are experiencing the gap. In the aspect of, we have heard the vision many times, I want to humbly request that we had to pitch in a very inclusive way, responding to the fact that in the same house, we were hearing questions like, what is Agenda 2063? So my pitch had to appreciate that some may be fully aware of the agenda and tired of hearing the vision, while others, we need to create awareness and capacity to enable them to communicate further on the agenda. So we settled for inclusivity in our approach. Therefore, the results, the report will be there. The diversity of Africa manifests in instances like this, where I said we have 17 countries who had never reported. In that case, it means they are still struggling. While others are comfortable reporting and doing very well, we are lacking in knowledge exchange, so that those who are comfortable can carry along others. So it's our responsibility to be there for all. I want to assure the House that we are having a tool being developed that will enhance reporting. And Auda Nepad had mentioned that in their presentation. I want to say that the recovery plan is that we are developing towards the Ministerial Committee on Agenda 2063 a domestication plan that will show how step by step we'll be going forward. We are showing progress that beyond adoption and approval by heads of states, this is how far we've gone. Awareness creation and domestication is almost the first step into the decade implementation. I want to close by saying that there seems to be a serious feedback loop between the Executive Council and Assembly and our Parliament. One said that information we get is from government. Our expectation is that decisions that are made, be it budget, be it plans, be it strategy, they are fed back to our Parliament, and therefore our parliamentarians, our expectation should be they are coming here with some level of knowledge of what has been agreed by the heads of state. So we thought we were building on that, and definitely we are available to close on the gap in our presentation. As the President has said, I have a team of 3 gentlemen also who are available to handhold committees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The question should be asked, who should create awareness in the union to citizens? One of the functions of Pan-African Parliament is participate in creating awareness among the peoples of Africa on the objectives, policies, aims, and programs of the African Union. Strengthening continental solidarity, cooperation and development, promotion on this. I'm saying one of our functions as PAP is to create awareness of everything that the union is doing. But as you see, we are not sharing, we are not getting we are blind to even what the union itself is doing in many instances. Apart from assembly decisions, executive council decisions, the programs within the organs even the AUC, we don't know. Anyway, next presenter to respond. Is it CDC? Sorry?
Do you want me to respond?
CDC, are you responding?
Yes, President. Yeah, I have a few questions, and I will try to attempt them as quickly as possible. The malaria vaccines. Malaria is a huge problem, not only just in our continent, but globally. The burden of malaria in our Africa continent is just too much. But the good news is that there's two promising vaccines that are being piloted. And we hope that they will contribute positively in saving the life of the most vulnerable people, particularly children and the pregnant women that are already affected. So it's been piloted in 3 African countries, notably Ghana, Kenya, and Malawi. Hopefully we'll get a good result to implement those. Community engagement is critical. We cannot turn back this outbreak of the mpox unless we find a way for our community to be aware, play their role. They need to know, not to panic, not to run away, but need to be informed. When there's any symptoms, you need to go to the nearest health facility. It will save your life. It could save life of someone that you love and live with you in the house. Zambia questions why proximity of Zambia and the DRC. I fully agree with you. I have a privilege to be the resident of Zambia. I had the privilege to live there for the last 3 years. The border is very, very loose. But as of now, the government of Zambia, my office, we investigated 2 suspected cases. We went all the way to the border. We took the samples, brought to Lusaka, tested, but the good news, all tested negative. We will continue engaging with those who work in the border to strengthening the cross-border surveillance, to create awareness for the border communities so they will be needed, very vigilant. From Kenya, I think I also have the privilege to be, the resident of Kenya for many, many years. And I'm very following up what is happening in Kenya. As of now, there's only 5 confirmed cases out of 115 suspected cases. But the good news, all those cases is through the cross-border. Most of those are truck drivers. And I congratulate Kenya public health for being vigilant, for absolutely providing a surveillance at the cross-border, because most of those cases were picked up at the cross-borders. They were tested as quickly as possible. And for those who were tested positive, they were put into isolation. Their contact was traced. And the good news, there's no community transmission established in Kenya. And we hope we need to follow that example. Africa CDC strategy to address the public health. I thought I addressed that during my presentation. We have 5 years strategy, putting into some of those lessons learned during the COVID, during the mpox, during the Ebola, into strategy to ensure that we are well prepared for the next pandemic. But it still is a long way. All those gaps that was addressed is a process. Next year, we will do the evaluation of our strategy to see what are still the gaps, and we can have more information on this. Questions about National Public Health Institute and the National Reference Laboratory. National Reference Laboratory is only one part of the National Public Health Institute. It's a part that does the diagnostics. It's a part that also helps with the testings and guideline and policy. But the National Public Health Institute is bigger. It's an institution that will bring all the key elements of the public health into one house for better coordination, resource mobilization, and for workforce. It will include the surveillance, it will include the workforce, it will include the research, it will include preparedness and response, and also include the reference laboratory. And for the PAPs to play their role, I think is very, very critical. I spoke about the Abuja Declaration. They're requesting our member state to meet their obligation to allocate at least 15% of their annual budget into the health. It is necessary. We cannot rely on the partners to support our health. So we encourage the PAP member state, when you go to national parliament, please engage them, help them to be their voice, to make sure that you work with the Minister of Finance, and instead of you blaming the ministers of health, you work with them, support them to allocate additional funding into health to meet those obligations. I think that's all I have, unless I forget something. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Another 2 to 3 minutes on climate change.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I hope I'll take less than 3 minutes to answer questions. I had about 4 questions. One is from the Honorable Member of Parliament from Cape Verde, indicating that the most vulnerable countries are also not receiving enough resources. It is true. You realize that the most vulnerable are also the ones that are receiving less resources. Some of them have never received not even a cent from GCF. I think it's about also capacity building. How do we develop bankable proposals? And I think you can work with your national designated authority for GCF to build the capacity of the government officials and of entities that are supposed to apply for such resources. Number 2, it's a question that was asked by Honorable Buya Mugatana from Kenya. I want to say for record, we have Africa group of negotiators where common Africa position is negotiated. At the moment, that is being chaired by Kenya through Ambassador Mohamed Ari, and I want to say they are doing a fantastic job in maintaining a common Africa position. However, Africa also negotiates in other groupings or in other groups like G77 and China, and also we are also within the LDCs for the countries that are also at the LDCs. What I mentioned is sometimes our common Africa position sometimes is cannibalized, for lack of a better word, in some of those particular groupings. So we must also ensure that we safeguard our position even as we negotiate in those other groupings. I only pointed a case where in 2019, like I mentioned, special circumstances for Africa was actually not accepted within the LDC grouping within negotiations, even though it was a common Africa position. So we must safeguard that position. But in terms of what are our key push for COP, very quickly, adaptation must be prioritized. We must finalize the global goal for adaptation. We have UAE BEREM work program on indicators, which must be finalized. And we're also saying that climate finance must not be availed in loans. It must actually come as grants to support African countries. The other thing is that a new collective quantified finance goal, Africa group of negotiators have come up with a quantum. We are saying we need 1.3 trillion. And therefore, that is a position that we must actually push. Number 3, special circumstances for Africa, it still remains a position that we are pushing for. Number 4 is that just transition must be fair and must consider Africa's circumstances. Number 5 is that we need to capitalize loss and damage facility. Last year, we got only 700 million promise, for loss and damage. We are saying we require much more than that, and we need to capitalize that and keep on moving fast. The last one is that emission cuts must be seen from the north. We must see enhanced emission cuts, from the north, even as we continue working on that version of our NDCs. The last one was about mitigation versus adaptation, and the question that was asked by the Honorable Member of Parliament, he asked, are there benefits for adaptation from Africa? Indeed, Africa has all to benefit from adaptation. It's about building resilient agricultural systems, resilient health systems, resilient energy systems. So I think we have all to gain from adaptation than mitigation. However, those from the north see mitigation as an opportunity for business, and therefore they feel there is value in investing in mitigation. But if you look at Africa Development Bank, they have some data that indicates that for every dollar invested in adaptation, you get $2 to $10. So there is profit that comes from adaptation, and you must continue pushing that position. Now, the last one was, have we achieved anything in the COPs since COP1? I want to say, of course, we have achieved something. We didn't have Green Climate Fund before. We didn't have Adaptation Fund. We didn't have Loss and Damage Fund. At least these funds are coming. However, we are moving at snail speed, and we are moving at a speed that is slower than the rate at which climate change is moving. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Well, I think at this stage, let me thank the presenters. You have been sharp, very resilient on questions, and very promising in future. So keep around this week. Work continues from tomorrow in committees until Friday. And I think it's fair that I release the presenters at this stage. You are well excused. As we move to closing the day, let me say this is the only opportunity that we have had to meet in the chamber, or what we call plenary, as PAP. The next plenary on Wednesday will be that of speakers. And you are also invited to join our speakers, though some will be in committee meetings. If you are not in committee meetings, please, you are welcome to the chamber with your speakers. Rather than stay in a hotel, come and join the speakers conference. We also encourage delegation leaders to be much available when we are in the workshop with the speakers starting at 9. I want to repeat that in the evening on Wednesday with speakers, there's going to be a dinner. In a view of issues that have been discussed and the way things are going, after Friday in your committees, after discussion, there are matters that we may not necessarily take to plenary straight in November. We may have to sharpen certain things, and there's the issue of strategic plan, which has to be adopted in November when we meet. So the plan should be ready by the time we get into plenary in session. We can't debate the nitty-gritties of plans in the chamber. So the Bureau will be suggesting that we have another 2-day workshop just before the sitting, so that we have 2 days of MPs interrogating the strategic plan itself, so that when we get to plenary, we then can easily agree and adopt the strategic plan. So a 2-day workshop prior to sitting will be an imperative, but more focused on strategic plan. And your plans for your committees, which you develop this week, will be presented during that 2-day workshop. Very important. An announcement, PAP has been invited in the UN by the AU, but also by the organizers in New York. PAP itself to do a presentation, 2 presentations actually, in New York at the Summit of the Future. It's an honor to PAP that there's a parliament who are going to do a presentation. I'm aware that there's no money for tickets to go to New York, but there is an invitation that PAP on the 21st at 2:30 will do a presentation, and another one later, I think 22nd or 23rd. It is an honor to your parliament. Passports, please collect your passports or go and give your information. Before I close, I would like to ask those who are not MPs, the media, you can go. The media, oh media, please. You are done. You can go to committees tomorrow, and Wednesday come to the conference of speakers. Ushers, you can leave. We don't need ushers now. The ushers, you can leave. No media, no ushers, but we cannot do without interpreters, unfortunately. Otherwise, we would have said they should leave. But that meeting wouldn't proceed. Come. There will be no formal closing.
Okay.
Speeches now.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Please, those going out, can you move? I guess you see some media camera pointing at me.
Sorry.